I'm here. I'm queer. Get over it.
That's Jayce.
Okay, that's not Jayce. That's Spence. Jayce has cats in his picture. Those are not cats. That's a person.
No comment.
Nice try.
What's on?
There's Cocomelon on the TV back there.
What's on? It was on the computer. It was on the computer.
You mean on the TV right there? That's your show in the background. See, look. Look over there behind you. See? It's Cocomelon.
Yes, it's right behind me. It's high.
Yep. I just love it when kids forget how to articulate. What's on? No, thank you. My ADHD hates that so much. Okay. So let's introduce ourselves. We'll start with Spence, and then we'll go Charlie, and then I'll go.
I'm Spence, and I don't do intros or outros.
That's fair.
Fine. That's Spence. Amazing artist. Amazing baker. A writer that is coming up with stories that I can't wait to read because I've got to see some of the outlines and other stuff, and I'm really, really obsessed with them, and I need more. Also, one of the best people to give you critiques on your stories. Completely savage and wonderful and makes everything better. Life would not be worth it without Spence in it. Just saying. So fine, I will do your intro for you. Hi, I'm Charlie. I make very incoherent videos about how to write queer and trans people that are mainly, God, please stop, all of the things that are really annoying about when people do that. And I've got another one of those coming out today, which is yay. And for all of the people that are out there that are either LGBTQIA+ or an ally who would like to take part, we are doing the Pride and Prejudice anthology that will be coming out on my channel, the playlist that is, on June 26th. You still have time to get your stories to me. I don't need them until the 25th so that I can get them on there. We have a Discord for anybody who wants to take part, or you can just DM me on any of my social media. I am C. Dorsett everywhere, and my DMs are open. I am really excited about all of the things that people are doing. Over the weekend, I wept my story into existence, which was an experience that I'm still recovering from. Though I think it's a happy story. I think it's a good story. It's just, it took a lot out of me to write it, but I'm very excited to see what everybody is going to do for this. I'm just thrilled. And I run several podcasts. The one that is currently ongoing is my Project Shadow podcast that you can just search Project Shadow wherever you listen to your podcasts. The most recent episode was about kink and drag at Pride and why heteronormativity is just not something that Pride should be about. Which I feel should be self-evident, but given that we live in a society where there is discourse lately, needed to be said again. So, hi, that's me.
All right, then there's me. Hello, I'm Meadow. I do radio streams on Tuesday, just like today. We actually started on time today, and I didn't have to cancel for some reason. I also do it on Friday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and I'm a freelance editor, so if you're looking for one of those, I'd love to work with you. You can go to my website, rosecityediting.com, and you can contact on there for a free sample edit and to start the process of booking your project. We offer developmental, line, copy, and proofreading, and Charlie looks nervous because Charlie is currently on my calendar right there. Here's today. There's Charlie. You're starting next Monday.
Ooh, so close.
Hopefully, because I need to finish the project I'm currently on first, which hopefully that's what I'm going to work on today. Yeah, I don't have anything super major coming up. Just the Pride and Prejudice audio anthology on the 26th. If you have more questions, go to Charlie's channel. They have a
And if you have some
good
answers,
video on it.
we have quite a few people that are looking for a free resource for those video stickers that you can put in your videos with the transparent background that are kind of animated. So if you know where we can find any of those, a lot of people are looking for them and we can't find good resources for them. And Canva is not the right answer because you have to have Canva Pro to use a lot of the animated stuff, which people do not have access to. And it will not let you export a transparent video.
Even with Pro?
Even with Pro.
That's lame.
So, because basically every time we put out a call for questions on that, for answers on that, everybody's been like, Canva. Like, yes, you can put them on your video in Canva if you have access to Pro, which not everyone does. And it won't let you just export stickers. So, yeah. So
I don't have an answer. So,
yeah.
The call is there. Anybody in the comments, if you have the answer.
Yeah, if anybody knows, please let us
share. Please share. Okay. Now that I've introduced myself and everybody else has as well, we can say hi to the people in the comments. So we had Charlie in here first, but now Charlie's on the screen. So, hi, Charlie.
I'm gonna do the screen.
You're gonna do the stream?
Yes.
Okay, sit down. You want to say hi to everybody?
Yes.
Calente Davis.
I believe you're new to my channel, so if you are, hello, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I just don't recognize the name, so if I do know you, I apologize for not recognizing you. Oh, well, that ended quickly. And then Spence came in and also on the screen, so hi, Spence.
Hi.
Megan is here, and my friend over here, I haven't talked to you in a while, and you're here, so hello. And I hope that you get lots of work done since you're in the middle of an overhaul of your series and massive rewrites and stuff, because it's a lot of work. Okay, anybody? Okay, then Laura's the next new person. Hello, Laura, how are you? And then Sage, hello. Oh, and Steven, I haven't seen you on any of my streams in a while. Hello, how are you? I'm glad you're here. Now, in terms of what I'm working on, as soon as I get my brain to wake up a little bit more, because I'm still kind of in that fog of being sick, I need to edit for my client because I'm a little over halfway done and I need to be further than that at this point in the process.
I need to think up an ooh shiny that I can put into this chapter because I do not disagree with my beta readers that they're more interested in what's going on outside the room, but outside the room are all the spoilers that makes the story pointless. So I can't let them be outside the room. So I needed ooh shiny in the room to distract them at what's going on outside the room.
It is 11 a.m. for me right now. I did try for a while to have this stream at 9 a.m. That did not work out because I am a late riser, so I cannot function before like 10 in the morning. Let's see. Anybody else? Lots of comments just came in at the same time. I'm trying to stay awake because I have class in 2 hours and I am tired. Oh, have some coffee?
Laura, I don't know if it'll help you or not, but one of the decks that tarot came from were the Jägerkarten, which is Jager, it's German, that you could look at, and the Arcana were very different, but kind of the same. You may be able to pull some really twisted things from that.
I don't know anything about tarot or anything, so I picked their Page of Swords Headless Horseman card.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I should work on my pride and no prejudice, please, poem, so I can start talking to voice actors next week about next week.
I started making pictures for my video. last night.
Steven is good. Life sort of imploded on me.
Oh,
Or
I
for
am
me.
so sorry to hear that.
I hope everything else is good, not just you, but like your life is good too. Ugh. Gosh, I hate being sick so much. Okay, trying to figure out how to merge the tarot interpretations I've been reading online with the Washington Irving story. Sounds interesting.
One of the things, pages are generally the either a water card or a earth card, depending on the type of deck that they're drawing from. And since the Headless Horseman couldn't cross the moving water, there could be something in there you could play around with.
Options, more options. I always forget which way to point at things because it's opposite for me.
Everything is opposite, yeah.
Because on my screen, Charlie's on this side. So, boomer humor, am I right? 11:11. You're right. And for Clutch It, it's 2:11. And life's good now. Yay!
That's good to hear.
All right. I was not prepared. I did not get a timer, so let me do that real quick. What are you looking at, Noel? Okay. All right. Of course, there's an ad on the beginning of it.
What would YouTube be without the ads?
Hopefully, that means there's not going to be an ad randomly in the middle of it, like that happens to me sometimes.
Yeah, that.
I hate that.
Share and that and that and that. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do for this first rant, but hopefully wake myself up all the way. So let's just do 20 minutes and then we'll see where we're at after that. And hopefully everybody does something.
Works for me.
Noah, do you want to say go?
Yes.
Come here. Quick. 3,
2, 1, go!
Yay! Noah, look. Say hi.
Hi.
Over there.
Hi. Yeah.
Oh, what? Are you trying to hug me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My
Oh,
spouse came home.
your child and spouse came home. Do you need to dip?
Nah, they're both pretty wore out, so they're pretty much just gonna go be bed bred.
Cool. All right, how did everybody do during that sprint? I played some phone games, watched a YouTube video, and kind of woke myself up a little bit. So I think I will be able to do some editing on this next few sprints. Can you stop grabbing everything? Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Child. I
Say
swear.
hi.
What? Say hi.
Hi.
Okay, trust.
Let go.
And they went down to the lake to go swimming. So first thing they have to do is shower.
Right.
Yeah.
My swimming pool in my apartment complex is finally open, but it's been cold the last few days, so we haven't gone swimming.
You want it?
I don't want it. Stop grabbing everything.
You want it.
Boss.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Repeat after me. Caleb, I am the ball. She can't hear you. I know.
Okay, let me just get your hair ready.
If you'd stop wiggling, it wouldn't hurt.
Right?
Yeah. That's so nice.
I mean, that's pretty suggestive.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Go get dressed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, go play. All right.
On that sprint, I started editing the video I made on writing trans characters, and much to my surprise, it is much more intelligible than I thought. So,
Yay!
yeah, my memory was more of, advice on writing trans characters, than like switching into full-on Agretzko mode, where like fire started like raging around me, and I just started a death metal scream that lasted for 15 minutes, and then the video was done. And that's not actually what I recorded. So I actually said words. What makes sense? So
Nice.
I love it when I'm pleasantly surprised by my own coherence.
That's your real statement.
Yeah, I really Well, no, really soon I go off on transmedicalism and how I see that in a lot of cisgender people writing trans characters, and that's kind of like waving the flag for the bull, just like, rah, all the rage.
Noelle's insisting on sitting here, but she won't stop. Okay. Ma'am, can you be quiet, please?
Stand up on your desk.
No, you cannot stand up on my desk. I said, what are you doing? Oh my God.
Seeking the attention and approval of the internet, so say we all.
She wants to show off her jumpsuit.
Well, I get it. It's a super cute jumpsuit. And if I had a super cute jumpsuit, I would probably be standing on my desk too.
What are you doing?
Then I would fall off of my desk because I'm clumsy AF. And then I would be like hoping to be able to sit back at my desk.
Hi, Charlie.
No, that's not Arf.
It's R.
Amber's not here. Amber's not here.
I am not
okay.
fabulous enough to be Amber. Sorry.
Amber's name now is Arf. Yo, what up?
Hello.
You're late, sir. You're late.
I didn't even know it was Tuesday.
That's fair.
I was reading my assigned work
Yay.
and just came back on to check something on my computer, and it's like, oh, you're live.
That is the best way to like get back at teacher. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was just doing the assigned reading, and so I was technically in class the whole time. I mean, what are you? I mean, really?
Noelle, stop kicking the computer. Or you're
I'm
gonna
doing
get
the
in trouble.
classwork. You can't be mad at me. I mean, oh.
Okay.
I love that.
I will say, though, that because of all the stuff of this past week, that I am a week behind.
Understandable.
That's okay. The client whose stuff you're working on said that any timeline was fine, and as long as you finish it swiftly, I don't think she'll be mad if you're a week late.
Yeah, that's... Well, even if it were the opposite, there is no workplace, you know, independent or otherwise, that has any right to refuse bereavement and funeral time.
Right.
So if there was any fallout, my middle fingers would be high in the air.
Ma'am, can you put your legs down?
Nope.
Apparently, Noelle wants to be in the center of attention today. Just, I'm here. Pay attention to me. Okay, so Megan brainstormed ideas for YouTube. Next is going to work on the Pride piece. Yay! Kat is looking at The Sims. Sort of packing, sort of new stuff is Susan making phone calls today. Are you moving?
Oh yeah, they are moving.
I didn't know you were moving. Sage said got the last of the work done for the day. Got dinner started and made sure Resolve was installed. And then Kat said I'm at work today, so yay me, I guess. Okay, can you stop? Stop. Relax.
Yes,
it is
hello.
a super cute jumpsuit.
Hello to everyone who said hi to me, and hello, intuitive artist. I don't think I recognize your name.
It's Martha.
Oh, well, hello.
Yeah, I know. I got excited too.
It's been ages.
Okay, you are gonna go over there now.
No.
We're just want to get her one of those baby backpacks with a leaf on and then attach it to a doorknob in a different room.
Okay, I do have one of those. It's in my car though. So
I am so glad this did not exist when I was a child because I can only imagine the various things I would have been tied to.
I've never tied her to anything. So it's a hedgehog harness thing with the leash on it. Nope, I already told you to no. I already told you no. She's desperately trying to climb onto my leg now.
As a once and future hellion, I can just imagine all the things.
Yeah, I've only used her leash a couple of times when I used it when we went to the state fair when it was the last time it was open because I didn't want her running away from me in such a big crowd. And then if we go for a walk not in our neighborhood, and I'll use it then because again I don't want her to run out into the street, especially in a neighborhood we don't live in, and etc. Other than that, I don't really use it. She's pretty good at staying close to me every other time, like grocery stores and stuff. Child, I swear to God. Okay.
Yeah, we never needed one with the pizza demon because he
Bye,
is a
Sage.
very safe
No.
little boy. But when he and my niece and nephew were in walkers, we would tie the walkers to the coffee table. Which got really weird one time after I tried teaching my niece how to safely use knives, and they come out of my sister comes out of the bathroom to find my 6-year-old niece with not even 6 with her 1-year-old brother in one of the walkers at knife point trying to free him.
This sounds like a story from my Miss May.
My niece is a very storyful child. She has tried to murder her little brother more than once.
See, I thought I had an overly colorful memory of my childhood, and then I listened to my siblings and my parents talk about me as a child. I'm like, oh, I have like the black and white, very simple version. I was so much more, so much beyond the hellion I thought I was. Okay.
My niece is also the kind of person who will invite demons into your house because she thinks they're lonely.
I think this child and I had a lot in common.
So, okay. Slight topic change because Martha's here, and I found something that made me think of our past interactions, not just some of our past conversations, and I shared it, and it's just something that I think you'll find hilarious. It's a Virgo Aquarius thing. Virgo, why can't you just be normal, Aquarius?
This is one of the many reasons I've often thought my birthday is a lie.
No, this is just... It made me crack up so hard. That's
Okay,
exactly
a warning for everyone. Do not get the rip-off Otter Pops from the dollar store. They are disgusting.
Oh.
Noelle seems to enjoy them, but I just, I cut the end off of it, and I ate the end that I cut off, and it was gross. It was gross.
If they have the sugar, that would explain much of the why the child likes them.
Yeah. I got them because they were cheap at the dollar store. It was like a box of 50 of them for $1, and I was like, yeah, let's get them.
That was your first mistake.
I'm pretty sure I would have drank motor oil if it had enough sugar in it as a child. I mean, oh, this tastes sweet. Yay. And why I'm not dead, I don't understand.
Sugar water when we couldn't get Kool-Aid.
I've been getting a lot of different stuff from the dollar store, just trying to see what's good from there because in terms of getting my snacks and stuff from there, it's way cheaper. So
Dollar Tree or Dollar General or whatever.
It's Dollar Tree.
I love the Dollar Tree.
Mm-hmm. I found quite a few really good stuff from the dollar store snack wise, but those popsicles are this is the first thing that I was like, never gonna get that again.
You gotta look for the Dollar Tree stuff. You gotta look at the ratio, how much there is versus the dollar.
Yeah, actually, I don't know how many
Those
in a
are
package.
2-cent popsicles, and the plastic around them has got to be at least a cent.
I am just saying, I co-sign the avoid the press-on nails from the dollar store. It's a trap. Yes, they will either do very, 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 very bad things to your hands, or they will not stick at all.
Okay, it's not 50, it's 20, but it's this brand.
Oh yeah, those are gross.
Yeah. But if Noelle likes them, then she likes them.
We just had a financial priority shift. So
Okay.
switching back to like super frugal mom mode. And I'm honestly kind of excited about it because if you're going to say stuff, you got to come out here where they can hear you heckle me. So
Oh, that is so relatable. I feel that deep down in my soul. Like,
Oh yeah, hubby is very background heckly.
I'm
Oh my
excited
God.
about it because I get to
Hubby-
get creative.
Hubby in 3 different screens here are background heckly.
Oh, mine has realized if he stands right over by the door to my office, the microphone will not pick him up, so he can say whatever he wants with impunity. I am not here for this. I'm going to keep a water gun under my desk just for those moments. I'm letting y'all know right now. So if you suddenly on a stream see me pull out a water gun and start shooting it in that direction, that's why.
Well, when I have
Don't talk
my
about it. Do it.
when I have my snowball plugged in, Jordan can't escape being heard. And also, he's loud, so he'd probably be heard anyways.
So what was your comment from the other room?
I said I'm not excited about being frugal.
I mean, that's fair though.
It's true.
I want to steal griddle for my stovetop.
Okay, but like the super frugal mode leads to that faster because those things are custom made and we're not buying one for a stove we're not going to have for a long time.
It would fit other stoves.
Yes, he is loud. He is loud. Martha knows. Martha knows.
Yes.
Yeah. He's at work right now, but he'll probably be home for lunch anywhere between now and like an hour from now. I don't know what time he's on lunch today, whether it's noon or 1. So we'll see. But okay. I'm gonna catch up on these comments real quick and then we're gonna do another sprint. Let's see. Editing my micro story, damned. Not sure if I like it enough for the collection. I mean, that's... Eyes glow with the fires of hell. He opens wide his jaw, consuming the pitiful humans. Arms rip and flesh tears asunder under his powerful tombstone teeth, each the size of a mountain.
I read
The
trombone.
names... His trombone teeth. The names of the devoured etch upon the enamel, joining the list of the damned. Those pathetic enough murder in cold blood, now reaped for justice. Eaten for revenge. Ooh.
Sweetie, them some death metal lyrics, and I am here for it.
That's some pretty good imagery, and that it's pretty powerful descriptions that I'm imagining in my head now. So, good job. Okay. I need food, so that's my sprint project. I need food too. I probably should cook lunch before I do anything else.
I'm going to go back to my self-coherence test and see how well the rest of this video makes the talking.
We're going to look at an apartment, not the one we'd be getting because that is being worked on, but we'll get to see location. Oh, cool.
Just ask the question first because, oh God, I'm still angry about this. The hubby is like violently angry. Like he's been stomping around the house ever since he sent me the thing. Like, pet friendly should mean pet friendly. I'm just saying.
Trombone teeth that reach out for the souls running away.
That's the jazz version, okay? You got the trombone teeth from the jazz version. I like the death metal version with the tombstone teeth.
Yes, but when the trombone teeth catch you, they go.
Now I want jazz death metal. Like, I want this to be. I want that fusion album.
Zeal and Ardor's Wake of a Nation. Check it out.
Okay.
You want another popsicle?
Yes.
You can have one after lunch when I'm gonna get up and cook in just a second.
It's more
okay.
Zydeco death metal, but it's
I
close.
want to guess.
Thank you for the kiss.
Not into the death metal, but I do like Zydeco.
Okay. Before we fall into another rabbit hole, we're starting a sprint now. Noel, you ready? Say ready,
Ready,
set.
set, go!
Yay.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ring a ding a ding a ding a ding a ding a ding. I made lunch. That's what I did this time.
I made love.
I said lunch. I said lunch. You will wait until I'm done, and then you can have the rest of it. I'm gonna eat, and then you can have the rest of it. You can share, but not at the same
Or
time.
was it lunch with Michael? Was it making love with Michael Myers? Because it was.
I said no. Oh my god, my child today.
Your
Oh
child.
god, not the voice. Also, we had Alley Cat join us. Hello.
Hello, Alley Cat.
Hello.
She wants to share with me, which is fine. I'm going to share with her, but we can't eat at the same time. So I'm trying to eat some of it, and then I'm going to give her the rest. And she's insisting on sharing with me right now, this very second.
Mama, I want to share.
You can share. I'm going to eat, and then I'm going to give it to you, and you're going to eat all the rest of it. Okay? That's how we always do it. Yeah, that's how we always do it. You're going to be fine, I promise. So, how was everybody else's sprint? Kat ordered some Taco Bell. I'm jealous, but I don't have the money for Taco Bell right now. Ma'am, remove yourself from my vicinity immediately, or you're going to go in timeout.
No.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. I did client work.
I watched videos because client work right now is getting into an entire chapter, and I can't do that during a sprint.
Jordan just got home from work for lunch, and he saw me putting her in timeout, and she got up from the spot, and he looked at me, and I was like, she's supposed to be in timeout, and he looks at her and said, get your ass in timeout. I can eat my lunch. As soon as I'm done with my half of this, she's allowed to come out of timeout, but until then.
Of course, we'll be talking for like 20 minutes, and then you'll be able to eat.
What's the matter, Jordan? What's the matter, Jordan? Yeah, I'm on a stream right now, so can you not be noisy?
He's loud.
Yeah, he's loud. So, worked on the pride piece, pantsing this. Yeah, I've been struggling writing mine because I've discovered that the story I want to tell needs more words than I'm allowed.
I did a draft exchange with Chloe. What I feel so bad because hers was ready.
Mm-hmm.
Like hers is ready to narrate. And mine is just like, okay, there are flaws everywhere, and I know there are flaws everywhere.
I mean, it is what it is. You got to do the things.
I have so many things I want to say to that, but I don't know where to start. First of all, as we all know, no story is ever perfect. Second of all, especially since I don't know what you were in particular doing, but I know a lot of us are writing very personal stories. The more personal the story, the more flawed it will always look to you. Because you're wanting to capture that thing perfectly. Because I know I'm really feeling that with mine, which I wrote as basically a monologue.
No, this is not like nitpicky.
When she gets
Not
dressed,
done.
she can come back out and come over here.
This is, I know there was something that was not clicking, And when I did the exchange with Chloe, she was like, yeah, this scene is not fitting with the rest. And I'm like, yes, that's the problem.
Yeah, I'm actually debating, and I think Spence is the only one here who's read even part of the one that I did. I'm debating whether or not mine should start with a trigger warning. It is a very detailed expression of dysphoria. And
With
it is
some S-tier imagery. Like, it's fucking fantastic.
thank you. But it is I'm hoping a lot of people will see it as a triumphant story, but because I think the end is kind of where I am now, but it is semi-autobiographical, and it is I think there are a lot of questions that we're going to have for ourselves in doing this project, because
Yeah, mine is not autobiographical. It's about nailing down who you are as a person.
I feel that. And Megan, yeah, I agree. I'm probably going to start it with a trigger warning frank discussion of dysphoria, because that's not what all of the story is, but I had an idea and I ran with it. I like what came out of it, but oh yeah, there's a part of it that I wrote the words and just melted into a pitiful little pit of tears, because honesty is hard.
Honesty is hard.
And I'm trying to be as open as I can about that, because I know, like, the story Maggie is telling is a very vulnerable story. I know a lot of the stories that people have mentioned to me are very, honest and vulnerable. And I just want to say, if that's a place that you feel comfortable sharing from, do that, because that's where I'm coming from. And I'm not saying I feel 100% comfortable, but I think it's a very good story and I really like it. But if you want to tell a fun story, please, I don't want every story in here to be, oh wow, like, I don't want people to have to take self-care breaks throughout.
I have a feeling, just because it is Pride related and during Pride Month, that a lot of people are going to need to take self-care breaks regardless. Like, even if every single thing was uplifting.
Yeah, I've actually started making a little thing that I'm going to do, where I'm basically going to be writing down notes for each one about its tone and tempo and everything, so I can try to mix them up some, instead of putting them in the order that I receive them, because I know some of the stories some people are working on, and some of them, like mine, are a bit heavy. So heavy light. Like, let's get it mixed up in there, because
Ballad of Buster Scruggs it.
I need to start a sprint because Jordan's very upset with me.
Yes.
So
It's not
he was yelling at me during the entire time you guys were talking.
Daddy.
Was
And I
it
don't mean,
muted?
like,
Nice.
yeah, while I was muted. I don't know if you knew I was muted or not, but he was in the kitchen and he, like, not even just like normal yelling, but like rage yelling at me to get off the stream, or he was going to take the internet back to work with him. And I said, I'm eating my lunch right now. I'm doing my stream that I do every Tuesday, and I'm working. And he is not happy with me because He's still upset because I've been sick since Saturday morning and I didn't do the laundry, and because I didn't realize he needed clean underwear, and so he didn't have any clean underwear this morning when he was getting ready for work, and he's been upset with me since then.
I want to wear pants. I wear underwear.
So
I wear underwear.
I really debated just hitting the unmute button so you guys could hear him, but it's a bit personal.
It's Mama.
I'll talk about it afterwards, but just in the moment, it's a bit
It's
personal.
Mama. It's Mama.
That's not Mama. Oh yeah, that is Mama right there. You're
Yes,
right.
it's Mama.
So let's do a sprint, and
No,
I'm gonna
Mama.
finish eating, and then I gotta get up and do the dishes.
No,
So that he'll stop
Mama.
yelling at me.
That's Mama. Let's get one. Let's get one.
Marriage is many things.
I hate when husbands are like, hey, I need clean underwear 5 minutes before they need it.
If he had told me that his drawer was empty, I would have done the laundry
I
yesterday
can hear you too.
before I went to sleep. But I've been sick. I've been in a fog of sickness. I can't even remember anything normal. Like, I barely remembered to feed myself yesterday, let alone do laundry. And then he called me this morning from upstairs because I fell asleep on the couch, and he called me from upstairs yelling at me because he didn't have any clean underwear, and I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you because I can't just magically produce clean underwear for you right now. Like, I'm sorry that I didn't do the laundry, but there's nothing I can do about it, so yelling at me is not going to help. And he has been in a mood since then. I did tell him that I got my meds yesterday, so I'm only on day 2 of my meds. It takes like at least a week for them to kick in, but you know, whatever. No, his solution is to just yell at me. And then I said, I'm working, and over again I said, I'm working on the thing that's getting me paid. And then he finally relented and said, do you need the internet to do your work? And I said, yes, I do. And then he went upstairs still ranting at me. Yes, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know. But we agreed, since I'm a stay-at-home parent, that I would do all the chores by myself. Apparently we agreed to that.
He may have thought it real loud. It may not have been something you agreed to. Like, you may have been nodding about something else, but he was thinking it real loud and thought he said it out loud.
Me.
I do that a lot.
So, sorry if this is a bit much, but, like, that's what's happening to me currently right at this moment. So, let's just do sprint. I will eat, and then I can do the dishes, so he'll leave me alone. Like, I've been doing laundry. I didn't go back to sleep after he left this morning, and I've been doing laundry since then, and so, like, that's the thing he was complaining about. Alright, sprint time. I'm gonna put this back on the screen, though. Alright, no, are you ready? Are you ready, Noelle?
Yes.
3,
2, and go.
Ding, ding, ding.
I have almost completed a load of dishes, and Jordan called from upstairs and apologized for yelling at me, and even offered to call out of work for the rest of the day to help me clean. Noelle, you're making a mess. That's enough. I turned down that offer because I'd rather not spend the rest of the day with Jordan right now, but I also have other stuff to do than just clean. Bring the bowl over here. Grab it and bring it here. So, go put it in the sink. As he should. It's like, yeah, I'm glad he offered, but I can't spend the rest of the day just cleaning like he wants me to do because I have other things to do.
Does he not know we live in a capitalist society that puts certain demands on our time?
We live in a capitalist hellscape, and
Yeah.
keeping a house running doesn't mean keeping a house tidy all the fucking time, and trying to keep a house tidy all the fucking time sends you into a depressive anxiety spiral that means you don't do anything creative for 3 months. And that may be a personal story, but shush.
Preach.
I gotta take my headphones off, they're dying.
Feeling all of it. Preach.
Yes.
I got to charge my headphones. Yeah, so for me, goodness gracious. Why won't you unplug? Jesus.
I have almost finished editing this video, which I am much more.
You're not wearing any.
I love the fact that my coping mechanisms have turned into how to be articulate while in a rage spiral of screaming at a microphone that you can't really tell unless you really know me that that's how this video was recorded.
Noelle took her clothes off and got mad at me that I told her to go put more clothes on. Okay.
I'm just looking at the pile of work that I have to do still, and it's just...
Yeah, it's a lot. I haven't read it, so I don't know.
Well, I'm like halfway through book 1, but I also have to get my piece done for the anthology, and I have to get this week's game set up.
Oh, clothes.
It's-
Go get clothes on.
So, I think I might... I would like to be able to finish book 1 tomorrow. Just the first read through, but there's just so much stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't finish it by tomorrow, I don't like. If you're only halfway through, I don't see why you would care that much about finishing it tomorrow. That's a lot of reading to do in one day.
It's 100 and some pages left. 120-ish, probably.
See, I would not be able to finish that by tomorrow just because I read really slow.
Not by tomorrow. Finishing it tomorrow.
Finishing it tomorrow. Right.
There is an added difficulty because there is a lot of stuff that is book 1 related that is not explained. So, because it's not book 1 that I need to read, it's book 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But I almost need to read book 1.
Yeah.
This is where I'm very glad I sent you my epic fantasy and not my urban fantasy to go through, because in my read through of the urban fantasy, I got to chapter 15 and it simply says something should be put in here to smoothly transition and explain how we get to the next chapter. That's all that That's all it says. There are a
Well,
couple chapters like that.
since starting with Rose City, I've had 5 projects,
I think so. Big effort ones, anyways.
and 3 of them have been here. Start the series in book 2. I'm like,
Oh, and then I come in and do book 1 on both of them, on 2 of them.
it's like I have no context.
Yeah, because you did book 2 of Amber's, and then I did book 1 of Amber's, and then now you're doing book 2 and 3 of this one, and I'm doing book 1 of this one. But yeah, I'm gonna start Charlie's thing on Monday, and I'm gonna just do 1 read through, and then if I think it needs more than copy editing, I will let you know. But if I think it just needs copy editing, I'll just get started on it. But I can't do line editing or development editing because I'm not very good at either of those.
Yes, Martha, yours was the first in that chain. That here's book 2.
Yep.
And while I'm not complaining, it's like jumping into the deep end of something, the deep end of a flowing river.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of which, Martha, if you want to hire us for another book, we're available.
What was that voice?
I don't even know.
That was like almost a Lily Tomlin.
Oh,
Let it flow.
You
Let
mean-
it flow.
you made me celebrate so hard I almost lost my headphones.
Noah went upstairs to get clothing. I think that Jordan's probably going to end up calling out for the rest of the day anyways because he's super overworked right now, which I'm not trying to excuse his yelling at me because that's not okay, but there are several reasons why I understand why he is so reactive right now. 1, he's being overworked like crazy at his job. 2, we recently found out that he does in fact have autism. So, things trigger him really easily, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, now that we know, it makes a lot of sense. So, stuff. I understand, which is why I try to stay calm, because if I get off the handle, then it just gets worse, and then we get each other off the handle, and yeah. But I think he is going to end up staying home, and he'll just be upstairs.
I have to say the most blessed thing that ever happened to me was having a very, very understanding person understand all of my neurodivergence in my life.
Well, I know, like, my main thing neurodivergent wise is I've got my depression and anxiety stuff that off and on I have under control. But I also have really bad ADHD, and I'm not medicated for it at all. And I just have to deal with it on my own. And which is fine because I've learned ways to cope. But it's very debilitating in my life at times. And Jordan seems to be understanding of my ADHD sometimes, but then other times it feels like he completely forgot that I have it. Like, example, he got the money order check to pay our rent, and he put it on top of the fridge. And I said, I need you to put it on my desk so that I will remember to fill it out and take it over and turn it in. Because if it's on top of the fridge, it's out of sight. I will not remember that it is there. 2 days later, he's like, why is the check still up here on the fridge? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I told you to put it on my desk. That's Dad's. Go put it back in the fridge.
And Martha, if I can call you Martha, I just have to say both of those are right. Emotions are heard and emotions are hard. both of your sentiments are 100% accurate. I feel them both. Because there's because I know with my ADHD, it's really hard for me to get people to understand. Like, if I don't see things right in front of me, very often they do not exist. Like it's not malice, it's not disinterest, it's not that I don't care, it's that there's so many ooh shinies just rattling in the wind, catching my attention constantly that
Object permanence is
yes.
One
If
of the
you're-
things
a thing
for
I
me
forgot to learn.
that another object permanence thing for me that affects my life, my family members that I do not live with get really upset at me because I don't call them very often. And I tell them every time, like, I promise it's not because I don't care about you. It's because if you do not call me first, or I do not see something that reminds me of you, I will not remember to call you. Like, I love you dearly, but if, like, that's why I have some pictures hanging up by my desk of various family members, because then I'll look up, see the pictures, and be like, oh, I should call my grandma, because she's the one that gets the most upset at me about not remembering to call her. And then I tell them every time, like, I will not remember to call you. However, I am home all the time. You can call me whenever you want. I will answer, and I will talk to you for as long as you want to talk to me. Like, if you remember to talk to me, then you call me and I will talk to you, but I will not remember to call you. And it's not because of you. It's not because I don't care. It's because of brain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sorry.
And I've been coming to terms with a very obvious, in hindsight, extreme amount of executive dysfunction.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I took that same quiz you did, Jayce.
uh-huh.
And I think I got like 3 less than you.
Do you find it very difficult to start things?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because there's too many steps to the things.
Uh-huh.
You know, a normal person says, I'm going to make coffee, and all they have to do is, make the coffee. For me, I say, I'm going to make coffee. I have to walk over there. I have to empty out the coffee pot from the last time I made coffee, wash it, fill it with water, put the water in the coffee machine, put the filter in, put the coffee in the filter, put the pot underneath, wait for it to brew, then pour it into a cup, and then drink it.
My blessed
And all those steps are just so...
It's why I don't have hot breakfasts very much anymore. Because I hate cleaning my kitchen after dinner. It just doesn't happen. So I go to cook breakfast the next morning, and it's like, okay, I just need to take care of this real quick, and 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 now I can do this real quick, and I should probably get a little laundry started. And then it's noon, and I'm like, why do I feel so grouchy?
Yeah, and then also, you'll, by the end of the day, you have like 20 different half-finished chores.
My blessed and beloved husband doesn't understand how I get lost in the fridge, but his whole thing is that everything is literally repackaged into little packages that fit and stack very nicely in there. And I can't always remember what's in every little package. And I'm so afraid that I'm not going to put them back right that I just kind of stand there staring into the refrigerator going, I think there's food here. It's somewhere.
I was looking for food and I found ingredients.
And he just doesn't understand because it's just like everything is sorted and labeled and perfect. And I'm just like, yes. And if I destroy the beauty and the perfection of your sorting system, I will not be able to put it back together. And that's all I will do all day is try to remember what order the boxes were in.
See, this is why I have to be the one that puts everything away, because Jordan, if I tell Jordan, like, hey, this thing goes in this spot, he'll be like, okay, cool, that thing goes in that spot, and he'll put it back there. But if he puts something away, I will never find it again.
I think the reason I can keep certain things around the house as well as I can is Mr. Spence is worse. Like, he woke me up the other day because he couldn't find his own pants. It's like, where are my pants and my shoes and my belt? I'm like, I just woke up. I don't know.
Yeah, there's this thing in our house that we call the perfect, most logical place. Neither of us know where it is, except for the hubby when he's putting things away, because everything goes in the perfect and most logical place, and then we never see it again.
I have
I have to
all
do
over my house.
I have to do that. Otherwise, I can't find anything. But I live with the embodiment of entropy.
I don't live there.
Do you guys know what doom boxes are? Should I grab one and show you?
I do not know what a doom box
Okay.
is. I lack this knowledge.
Yeah. Like there is a place for something, and if I use it up and need to buy another one, that is an empty space. So entropy comes and fills that space with something that doesn't belong there. So when I get the thing to put where it goes,
I feel really called out.
I have grabbed 2 doom boxes from 2 different cleaning sessions. A doom box is when I'm cleaning, I grab everything that I don't know where it goes right away. It goes into a box, and then it stays in that box for the rest of its life. Here's one box. Here's everything that I didn't immediately have. Yes, put it on. Here's everything I didn't immediately have a home for when I was cleaning this particular day. Sunscreen. More sunscreen. Antibacterial wipes. Saline nasal spray. Various cords of different purposes. A random flower. More antibacterial wipes. A football figurine that belongs to Jordan.
I feel simultaneously seen and called out by this.
A stapler. Staples for the stapler. A bunch of random photographs from my childhood. A crayon. Just a crayon. A hair bow. More pictures. A timer for a board game. A Lancome brand facial serum of some sort. A command hook thing that you stick to the wall. A necklace with a Dalek on it. And a bunch of other random stuff. So there's one.
well, you've got your desk right there is your office desk. So that's where the staples and stapler would go.
But see, at the time when I cleaned and I put the stuff in this box, my brain couldn't comprehend that. So it's like, I don't know where to put this. It's going to go in the box.
But now it's just going back in the box.
Because I already have a stapler in there. So here's a problem with the Doom boxes. I couldn't find my stapler, so I bought a new one.
Again, I've never felt more seen and called out. And now I know what to call those boxes over there.
What are you talking about, honey?
I don't have a Doom box. I have a Scarlett O'Hara closet. It goes in there and I'll think about it tomorrow.
I don't know what you're talking about, honey. This one has been on my kitchen counter for several weeks, and it slowly gets added to. So I've got coupons and mail that needs to get opened, bubbles, shoe polish, the charger for the battery for Noel's Power Wheels, more coupons, a sample for Downy Unstoppables, more shoe polish, this thing, file. Yeah.
It is the bad sound.
Stuff that you put in your water when you have flowers. A bra strap. Hand sanitizer. A random piece of garbage. A pen. Lead for a mechanical pencil. The lid for my thumbtacks, which I have not been able to find.
So for anyone out there who speaks German, because I know if anybody has a word for this, what is the German word for being seen and called out simultaneously? I need to know this word. I know if any language has a word for this, it's German.
I
don't know. I'm living in Schadenfreude right now.
I have like 4 more Doom boxes other than this in different places in my house. So the things I'm going to find when I eventually go through all my stuff, you're like, oh, here's that thing I've been looking for like 3 months.
So,
the difference between you and me here is I am so willing to throw stuff away.
mhm.
Like bra strap in the trash. Stapler, I don't know where that goes, throw it away.
No, this isn't deodorant. This is sunscreen for your face.
My face.
She grabbed this out. She's like, it's for my arms. It's a sunscreen stick. She thought it was deodorant. Okay, yeah. So there's my Doom boxes.
And
A couple
now I know
years
what to
ago,
call
I
my
went.
own.
A couple years ago, I went like full Marie Kondo and decided if I'm not willing to clean it, I'm not keeping it, and I throw it away. And that
Doom
has
boxes are stuff that I do like. A lot of the stuff in there could definitely get thrown away, but I need to actually go through and decide what things are going to get thrown away.
Marie Kondo fell apart for me because of that whole ask yourself, does this spark joy? Because that starts this whole like existential crisis of what is joy? How do I know when I'm feeling it? Have I ever felt it? I think I have.
Have I ever felt it?
that's why
It's
I
a whole rabbit hole.
That's why I switched to the. Am I willing to clean this? If I'm willing to like put this back where it belongs or find a place for it to belong, then I'll keep it. If I am not willing to keep moving this piece of shit around my house, it's gone. There's no cleaning, it's just moving the mess.
I still have Xboxes.
2 more Doom boxes.
And for me, I'm not talking about the game system Xboxes. I'm talking about boxes from my ex
Oh my gosh.
that I have not sorted through to find out if the stuff in there is stuff that I want.
Cords. The ends of my sleeves from my wedding dress. A shoe cleaning kit. The broken remote for my TV that should get. Can you go through this way?
Yes.
The remote for my air conditioner that I'm going to actually put right here. A ruler. The other end of my sleeve for my wedding dress. TVs that go on the back of a car seat so that the kids can watch TV. More cords. Earplugs. Army issued earplugs. The patch that I wore when I was in the Army. It's for the Defense Language Institute. We called it llama cake, but it's supposed to be a hawk and a Rosetta Stone, but it looks like a llama and a cake.
The llama cake badge.
Yeah, we called it our llama cake patch.
That's the block.
Oh yeah.
The llama cake. Now, do you earn the llama cake badge by going to the llama cake gym and defeating the trainer there?
I recalled I do also have Doom boxes.
Doom boxes are a thing, man. They are a thing.
I'm pretty sure they're even the same as your Doom boxes. Like you've got Kid Valentine's, an empty DVD case, journals, bag o' stuff, a teapot. This is a game now. What's the weirdest thing in your Doom box? Oh, wait.
I just like the juxtaposition of the items. That's what's entertaining me.
Just like, why is that in that box with everything else that's in that box?
I have one of these guys and the second teapot.
Megan says my apartment is a Doom box.
Ooh, I actually need to keep these out because I think
Well, I couldn't find the
Oh,
German
CB
word.
said it too.
My
I couldn't-
soul
is a Doom box.
Well, I couldn't find the German word I was looking for. I did discover that there's a German word for the feeling I'm experiencing in looking for the word that I'm looking for. It's Sehnsucht, which means when you're desperately trying to find something that you know should be there, but you can't cast your eyes on it. So I am currently Sehnsucht right now. So,
I can tell you my favorite German term that I know. It's
This I think I win the weirdest thing in a Doom box though.
Okay. Ears.
It's soap on a rope with their ears.
Oh my god.
Okay, I have a in mine over there. I have a random talking Bill Clinton doll that somebody just left at my house for reasons we do not understand.
All right then.
I need to see it. We need to decide who has the weirder thing in their doom box. Is it the ears on a rope or the Bill Clinton doll?
See, I don't have any like strange
Cashew
items
nuts.
in my doom boxes.
Yeah.
I just have a lot of random things that like why are these in a box together? Like
No, my favorite, the German word I was thinking of that is my favorite is Scheißfreundlich. It it literally translates to shit friendly, and it's that fake friendly that people get. That, oh my god, hi, you're my favorite person. Hi.
That's why I'm just convinced that if there's a word for the thing I'm looking for, it's probably in German, and I just haven't looked hard enough yet.
I also have a length of my own hair.
Noelle's now going through my doom boxes trying to find the things that she wants.
It's like the toy store.
I actually collect tea stuff.
Same.
So I have these two, which are in the doom boxes because they're my least favorite. I have two from childhood sets, one that I use on a regular basis, a silver one, and one that I loan up to friends when I make the last ditch effort tea of doom. If you didn't need to go to the hospital before you take it, you should probably go to the hospital after. If you have a sinus infection and you come to my house and you're like, I don't want to go to the doctor, well, 50-50 shot. I can fix that for you.
So yeah, we've learned a little bit about ADHD today. And I've taught you guys
Doom boxes.
You probably already had doom boxes, but now you know that there's a word for them.
And knowing is a percentage of a battle.
Just in case CB wants that word spelled out, you would probably know how to spell it, Charlie. I don't know how to spell German words. Scheißfreundlich.
I can't remember if it has the double S or not.
I think it might.
Let me double check that I'm right.
I found the label maker in my doom box.
The letter of the day is D.
No, that's the letter of my life, honey.
You said the letter of the day, and all I could think was the theme song for that off of Sesame Street, because Noelle watches a lot of PBS now, which is good, because everything on PBS is like, she likes it, and it's good. But the letter of the day, it's the letter of the day, because they changed it. I don't know what it used to be, but that's what it is now. But I read that, and that started going through my head.
Did you know that Christopher Lloyd has been voicing Hacker from Cyber Chase for over 20 years? He's still doing it. They're still making the show.
I'm pleased with that, though. I'm pleased.
Like, it is. You are all better for knowing how awesome.
It's okay.
Christopher Lloyd.
Mr. Ratburn is gay, so that's all I needed in my life. From Arthur, Mr. Ratburn, their teacher, in case anybody doesn't know who that is.
I read that.
Yeah, there was a lot of outrage for it, and I don't understand why, because it wasn't anything like, the entire episode was the kids found out that their teacher was getting married, and they're like, oh, that's so exciting. But then they thought it was this one lady who was planning the wedding, and they're like, oh my God, she's so mean, we have to stop the wedding. So they tried to set him up with the librarian instead. But then they found out that the wedding planner was his sister, and that he was marrying the guy who works at the candy store, because they went to go get chocolates for their teacher to send the chocolates from their teacher to the librarian to try to set them up. And then they get to the wedding and they're all like, oh no, he's going to be so sad. Like, hey, she's so mean. We can't let him marry her. And then the chocolate, they have the wedding and they see who he's actually marrying. And they're like, oh, he's really nice. He's going to be happy with him. And then they're fine with it. And it was so cute. I thought it was real cute. And I don't know why people were so upset.
I don't know why people think it's so hard to explain stuff to kids.
It's not. Like, that was such a well done episode. Like, it wasn't, they thought he was marrying a mean lady. They tried to set him up with a nice lady. They found out he was marrying a nice guy, and they're like, okay, cool, we're okay with this. He's nice. He'll be happy with this nice guy.
Yeah,
So it's-
kids are willing to accept so much. Like, when the Kink at Pride stuff started coming up, I was trying to give like practical advice for parents who want to bring their kids to Pride. Just get comfortable with the phrase, hey, look, there's a rainbow. Don't worry
Right.
about that. That's for grown-ups. Look over, there's a rainbow.
I was told yesterday by my child that her favorite color is rainbow, so
We really need to take her, 'cause
I did
it's
find the
like, oh, look,
spelling
there's
and I
another
put it in the
rainbow.
chat.
Cool, thank you.
And it does have the double S. That's what that B looking thing before the F is. That's a German double S.
it's not for your birthday. It's garbage. Go throw
So
it
that
away.
can be
The
replaced with
one-
two S's.
The one new thing that they've done to cartoons that when I saw it, I was just like, no, is the reboot of the Magic School Bus, where they took all the ethnicity away from all the children and made them just slightly different shades of the same child.
Yeah.
I don't think that making everyone the same is the way to go. You got to keep the diversity in there. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but there was going to be, I cannot remember what channel it was going to be on, but there was going to be a aged up reboot of the Powerpuff Girls.
Yes.
Yep.
Have you guys read any of the things from that? Yikes.
Uh-huh.
I saw the costumes and like said no.
Is it still happening, or did they cancel it? I hope to God they canceled it.
I don't know.
Because
I think from what I've seen, I could be completely off base here, but it looks like they have scrapped it and started fresh.
they should just cancel the whole thing altogether. It doesn't need to be rebooted.
They need to just be kindergartners, guys.
If you're going to reboot it, at least keep them as little toddler people. Yikes. 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 A modern cartoon that I really enjoy. It's on Nickelodeon. It's called...
Okay, I'm sorry. I am offended on behalf of all campy people everywhere because apparently the official reason given for it being canceled was it was too campy.
Wow.
Girl, please.
How about the massive inappropriateness and ruining a childhood favorite of many people? That's not good enough reason to cancel it. I cannot remember the name of the show right now, but it's Nickelodeon, and it's the main character is this kid named Lincoln, and he has 10 sisters.
Oh,
He's like the exact middle child, and his best friend is a black kid whose parents are gay men.
I
And
know what you're talking about. The Loud House.
yes, the Loud House. That's right. I think it's really cute, and there's no controversialness about the gay couple. They're just a gay couple who adopted a son named Clyde, and nobody ever talks like, oh, they're gay. They're just Clyde's parents, Clyde's dads, and that's it. And I'm like, yep, thank you. Like, you don't need to tackle heavy topics in kids' cartoons. You just need to have the representation there, and it's there, and it's a normal family dynamic, and it's wonderful.
And it was subtle enough that my excessively Catholic grandmother, who had, I shit you not, 24 crucifixes on one wall, was her
Did she
favorite
have a
show.
problem with Satan?
The best prank on your grandmother, though, would be to go in there and turn them all upside down.
Oh no, she passed away last August, and that was a joke some of my cousins thought up, but we all unanimously agreed we choose life.
We choose life. Yeah. So the Loud House is really good too.
I'm so over all this crucifixion culture.
Dang it.
Girl, don't get me started.
Oh, I don't know if I said anything to any of the people on the screen with me currently, but I have the possible opportunity to go to Egypt in November.
Ooh.
I need to save up about $1,500.
Just be very careful and know where you're going.
Well, I would be going with my mom and my younger siblings and my stepdad. My stepdad.
And her, my stepdad.
I don't want to just keep saying her husband because, I mean, he is my stepdad now. And he actually is really nice. When my mom had mentioned to him that I was possibly going to come when she goes in November, he sent me a bunch of different information about these 3 resorts because he was like, hey, which one do you like the most? Because when you're coming out, I want to plan for us to take like a week to go over to one of these places and just like be on vacation. And I was like, oh, and I like read through all the articles that he sent me, and I was like, I like this one the most. And he's like, oh, that's my favorite too. And I was like, okay, well, how much is it? And he's like, oh, it's like $350 for your portion of it, and we would split it evenly. And then, the rest of the time you would be staying with me and my family, and you wouldn't have to pay for anything. And I'm like, okay, all right. I mean, you're nice. I don't want to be mad that my mom married you.
You were showing some serious high level qualities in this interaction.
Right. And honestly, my mom explained to me why she got married while she was there, and it's because, and I understand her side a lot more, because I was telling her, like, it's your life, your decisions, you marry whoever you want. However, I think you should have waited so that we could have been there at your wedding. And she's like, I wanted to. However, immigration is a tricky thing. Even now that they're married, it's going to take another 2 years for him to be able to come to the United States because the embassy for Egypt is closed right now, and none of them are allowed to come here. If they didn't get married, he would have had to wait another 3+ years. She's not climbing it anymore. And then he wouldn't have been able to stay. So that's why they're like, okay, we're going to get married now, start the process. Then in 2 years, when he can get here, he'll be able to stay here. And I was like, okay, I get it. I understand now. But when he's able to come to the United States and actually stay, they're going to have like a big wedding party to make up for the lack of one. But, it is what it is. But, yeah, possibility to go. My mom's going in November, and she's like, and I had, like, told her, I was like, I've always wanted to go. She's like, well, you can go with me when I go again in November. And I was like, wait, really? She's like, yeah. It's like $800 for your flight, and then you need whatever kind of money that you would need while you're there, like, to buy souvenirs and stuff. And I was like, okay, all right. Let me see what I can do. I have all the information to get my passport. I just need to wait until Jordan gets paid, and then I can get my passport started.
I know Jayce is going to make a joke out of this, but Egyptian blown glass is beautiful and extremely sturdy. So if you like those kinds of things, it's definitely something to look at.
Look here, I'm adding English. Hey, if you got $800, that's about how much it is round trip.
Just be careful. You can be arrested for being gay in Egypt. Just for being.
You can get thrown off buildings for being gay in the Middle East in general. So, why do I smell smells right now?
Bubbles. Bubbles.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, it's fruit scented. I was like, what is this smell that I'm smelling?
Everyone just got real concerned, like, oh no, small child and smell.
Yes. Fruity smells were not where my mind instantly went when I heard this
Well, because I
phrase.
couldn't figure out right away what I was smelling. I'm like, why do I smell? I don't know what that is. Why do I smell smells right now? Because I don't know what the smells that I'm smelling are.
I was just expecting you to start screaming, "That's not chocolate! That's not chocolate!"
I don't know what else. Oh, there it is. Hand sanitizer. That's the other smell. Because I was like, it's not just the bubble. It's the hand sanitizer. Okay, stop. Stop getting into things. Put it away. Put it away. Put it back in the doom box where it's never going to be seen again.
I heard thunder outside.
All right. I will volunteer as a beard for the trip. Yeah, I mean, if I can go, that's going to be awesome. I don't know if we can swing it financially. But Jordan told me he's fine with me going, and he will see what we can figure out for finances for it. But I was like, all right, well, let me just get started on the passport. And he's like, well, you can just get that before you go. I said, no, it takes like 3 to 4 months, babe. So let me just get started on the passport now, and then we'll see. Because he's never traveled overseas, nor have I. So
I've barely traveled the States.
same.
Like, I've been to North Carolina, but that was for a wedding, so it was like one day.
I almost went overseas once with my ex-fiance, and then she found a way to cheat on me in an open relationship, which is a whole adventurous story in and of itself, and I just didn't feel like going.
Yeah. Okay. Side tangent here. As somebody who is polyamorous, you can in fact be cheated on and cheat on your partner whilst in a polyamorous relationship. There are things called boundaries and rules that when you enter a polyamorous situation, you need to set with your partner. And if they or you go past those boundaries or rules, they have broken the circle of trust. Okay, side tangent over.
In a very profound way. Just like, oh. Like, it was spectacular. Like, you would have thought she was running a marathon with the exuberance at which she broke through those boundaries. Just,
wow.
Like, gold medal, darling, and get the hell out of my life and never come back.
Some people, man. Some people.
Some people.
I don't know. Mine and Jordan's rules and boundaries are pretty simple. Pretty much everything is on the table, but we have to discuss everything before and after, and we both have to approve. Like, if I want to date someone else, he has to approve that person too, and vice versa, kind of a situation. And if I, like, because I've been recently looking for a lady friend to have in my life, and I told her from the beginning, like, yeah, because she knew right away, because I put it in my profile thing that I am married and stuff, and she was fine with it. And I was like, the only thing is that if we do decide to have a relationship, Jordan has to like you. Like, you got to get along, because we are married, we have a child that we raise, like. And she's like, yeah, I get it.
You have to get along.
Look, it's me and my little sister. Look, I look so young. Riding a horse at the beach.
Last time I saw you on a horse, you were freaking out.
When I was actually like riding horses every day, I was real good at it. Like, the first time I showed, like, the first show I ever did, there was one course that was like a trail riding course, and everybody did the trail riding course, and it was like 170 people in the whole show altogether. And, everybody was in their different classes, but everyone did the same trail riding course. I got 4th place out of 170 people. And nobody else in my 4-H group, because we all joined and showed together to prepare for the 4-H like fair that summer, nobody else broke 15th place.
Thank you for the very wholesome story, because my mind went in a not very family friendly for Pride way that may have involved music from Chameleonaire.
I was a real good horse rider. Oh, and everybody in my 4-H group thought I was not very, everybody in my 4-H group thought I was not very good, and we all did the category where, like, you're brand new, it's the green hand category. And my sister got 1st place and I got 2nd place, and they were all shocked. And I was like, bitches, I'm better than you. Get over it. I was in 6th grade. Should I say it again, Charlie?
I'm fine.
And when I say that, I mean it literally as in actual horses.
I know you
Boom,
do. That's
boom.
why I'm chastising my brain.
Boom, 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 boom,
Okay.
boom, boom.
Mr. Maxwell.
Are you guys good?
Saddle,
Because
jump on it.
we've been going for 2.5 hours. We could continue to stream and do more sprints. I have lots of chores and work I need to do, so I'll probably keep going. Are you guys good to keep going for?
I'm just going to be at my desk all day, so.
Yeah, I'm good to keep sprinting until the other people that live with me are like, stop.
I might have to cut out just because I'm not getting anything done and I need to be getting
Right.
stuff done.
Right. Do you want to wait until after the next sprint, or do you want to cut out now?
We'll do another sprint.
Okay, because I was about to put the timer back on the screen right now, so. Because I need to go finish the load of dishes I was doing and then get to work on this. Because now my brain is awake and alert and I can actually work. So, all right. Noelle, you ready to start the sprint? No, you're not ready? Well, then come here. 3,
2, 1, go!
Yay. I am trying to convince Noelle to lay down and take a nap. Noelle?
How's that working for you?
I'm not tired. I don't want to take a nap.
I'm tired. I want to take a nap.
You've been
I'm
up the
always
same amount
tired
of
and
time as
incapable of
me.
napping.
I want to take a nap. You definitely need to take a nap.
I'm not taking that. I don't want to take a
She was excited to go lay down upstairs with Jordan because he's falling asleep. He called out for the rest of the day and he's falling asleep to take a nap. And she was excited to lay down with him. Then all of a sudden she came downstairs. I'm not tired. I'm like, just go lay down.
No.
Just go lay down. If she doesn't go lay down on her own, I'm going to have to take her to her room.
Don't take my room.
Well, then go lay down on the couch. Then you're going to your room. Then go lay down on the couch. Then go to your room. Then go to the couch.
This is a circular argument. It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
You keep using those words. I do not think they mean what you think they mean.
As soon as I stand up and tell her she has to choose, she'll choose one. But for right now, she's thinking that the option is not actually the option. And that she has the third option to just completely disregard everything I've said.
Because Mommy's on her computer. She can't do anything from over there.
Right. Stay out of those. Put it back. Stay out of my doom boxes. They're not for you. They're my secret shame.
That I have shared on the internet.
No, they're not secret anymore. What's funny is that I got a second bookshelf finally. So I had one bookshelf over by my back door over here. I had one bookshelf and I got another one right next to it. And I was, rearranging to move things to the new bookshelf. And Jordan grabbed, I have two Doom boxes up there. And he grabbed them both down. He's like, what the hell are these? I'm like, those are my Doom boxes. What the fuck are Doom boxes? So I had to explain it to him. And he's like, why don't you just put the things away? I said, because Doom boxes, babe.
Because they're in the place where they belong.
They didn't have a place. Now they do have a place. Ouch. So,
I
yeah.
am desperately trying to make a thumbnail that doesn't make me angry. But it looks like it fits with the other ones.
My Doom boxes. I opened up my relevant documents because I need to transfer my paper edits onto the Word document and update my style sheet. I finished the summary, the manuscript overview summary, and that's all I did. But I did something, so that's all that matters.
I am finishing up a blog for a client and reading articles about the new persuasions, and just bar's so low for me, guys, and I'm still afraid they're gonna hurt me. That's all I ask. They made one that's on Hulu, and it hurt me on a very personal level. Like, spiritually, it was that bad. Just do better than that. That's all I want.
I should go actually finish 3 plotting and laminate things. If my cat gets laminated, I admit nothing.
Charlie.
I didn't say anything.
I see it on your face.
Right there.
I said nothing.
I would totally.
I thought a great many things, but I said nothing.
I have previously shared the style sheet that I made when it was blank, but now it's all filled out and it looks all nice and used, and I want to share it, but I can't because it's for a client and I don't want to share the details of their stuff. I'm gonna have to make one that's like for a fake story I made up so that I can share it with people. It looks all nice and cool when it's used and has details filled in.
What is it, guy?
Can you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
Do you make these for all of your clients?
I didn't used to, but I have started now, so you will be getting one.
I'm just saying, I don't mind if I doubt that there's going to be anything in any one that you made for me that I would be upset seeing the world seeing if you just wanted to use that one.
Basically,
Sure, that one. And then you wouldn't have to make one up.
I mean, if you're okay with that, then that's fine. But quick rundown: it has a review, summary of the plot. So if you don't want people to have spoilers, I could just not fill out that part or whatever. But then it has all the characters with their descriptions and their relationships to each other, settings and a description of the setting, timeline, events, grammar specifications that would differ from the Chicago Manual. Like if there was something specific you wanted me to do that's not technically grammatically correct, but you want me to make sure it's consistent in your book, that would be in that section kind of stuff. Special spellings for words that you've made up or whatever, that kind of stuff.
There are only like 2 big spoilers in the story that you have that I would be even a little bit concerned about people seeing. But then again, I don't know that the overlap of the audience, would be there for it, and they're the kind of things that if I saw, I'd be like, wait, what happens in a story? And go check it out. So.
Right. Well, then I will, when I do your project, I'll fill out the style sheet. And then once you see it, you can tell me if you're okay with me sharing it or not.
Okay.
If you're like, yeah, do it, then I can use it as an example.
Because I'm just saying, then you wouldn't have to make up a story to.
I could even do it on my own stuff too, and just make it vague so it doesn't need to have spoilers.
Because also, I'm really curious to see how someone does a synopsis of the plot of the story. Because it's just like random stuff happens. The moon shines on them one day, and then oh my god, and then it was over, and they were on a carriage.
Don't take my phone.
Like, but isn't this a story about a boat? Yes. Yes, it is.
Child is about ready to get forcefully taken to the bedroom for a nap. Then go away. If you don't want to go to your room for a nap, then go away immediately. Right now. Walk away.
I'm tired, not tired.
Okay, go away. Bye. Be gone. Shoo shoo. Okay.
Be gone with him.
If this is for... Oh, no, it's not for your project. It's for another person. It just looks cool. And the story that I'm working on, it's called Witch of Crimson Arrow.
Ooh, that's a nice name.
And I'm just excited to be working on it because her writing style is... It's solid. I mean, she struggles with passive voice and sometimes being a little bit repetitive of like word echoes. That kind of stuff, but the actual everything else is really solid.
My early drafts are really bad like that.
I know in my first drafts I have a lot of talking heads in dialogue and a lot of telling and not showing, but that's stuff that I edit out in further drafts. Because in the first draft, I just need to get what's actually happening on the page, and then I can describe everything later.
The story that I sent you, I am so I feel like it has to do so much because it's for the Vela project, so it's got to both be an introduction to its story and to the entire series. Somehow tackling
I'm struggling with my Vela project because. I got some tips from somebody who does serialized fiction and has success doing it. And they told me that you need to cut the chase, get straight into the action. If it's a romance, have the meet cute in the first chapter. Don't just you got to get into it because you got to get to the meat of the story so that people want to continue reading. Because if you have a lot of stuff happen in those first 3 chapters because it's the first 3 that are free, right?
Yep.
So you have a lot of stuff happen in those first 3 chapters that they can read for free, but you leave it so that they want to continue, they're going to continue. But if you drag it out and you have 3 chapters of setup with nothing happening plot-wise, they're not going to continue on reading the story.
My biggest concern, is just the type of kind of gothic high fantasy adventure that I write is very mood oriented, and
She did. She almost said she was tired. I'm not tired.
Yeah, I have. Well, my Vela project is not going to be started for a while because there's just too much other stuff to do. But I think I've decided to switch to an older project that I shelved because I was told that superhero stuff does not publish,
That's
is
what I'm
not
working on.
publishable,
Is superhero stuff.
whereas I love superhero stuff.
I want to disagree with that. The Sovereign series by April Daniels is probably my favorite book. Some of my favorite books I've read in the last 5-10 years, and they are superhero stories. It just needs to be unique in your voice and fun.
Yeah, my Vela project is it's a superhero project. And me and Marcus are writing it together, and we've jokingly nicknamed it our MCU Meadow Marcus Cinematic Universe because it's the same type of format as the Marvel Cinematic Universe with a bunch of different superheroes and they each have their own story and then they come together for big things that affect them all kind of a situation. And so far we have 10 books that are 7 of them are planned out and waiting to be drafted, and we're working on the 8th for the plotting, and then there's 2 more left after that for the main storyline. And the first one that I draft it late at night when I'm too tired to work on client stuff, because I'm like, okay, I want to write. I can't work on the client stuff to actually do a good job right now, so I'm gonna work on this thing. And I got 600 words last night. Just sat there and wrote it. So it opens up with the main character, who has, I guess it would be considered DID, but she only has 2 personalities, and one of them's normal, and one of them's a superhero. And they're in therapy. They're in a therapy session together, and it opens up with the therapy session. So, I mean, I guess it would technically be DID, but yeah, so it's basically a ripoff of Killer Frost, but less killer, and her name is Snow instead of Frost.
My brain went, oh, it's like Captain Underpants.
I wish I could pull off something that's phenomenal as Captain Underpants, though.
I am too tired because my brain changed that to, I wish I could pull off Underpants.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Speaking of which, I think I am going to bust out of here because I am super tired because I haven't really slept much past couple of nights.
Well, I hope things are going well for you over in your life over there in Michigan land. And if you need any meetings for work-wise, let me know. I'm available all the time.
I might, but not in the next couple of days because the next couple of days are very tight.
Right. Do you want to do an outro since you didn't really do an intro?
Sure. I am Jayce Maxwell, author of Urban Fantasy, editor for Rose City Editing. I do games and writing stuff on my channel, and I do my sprints on Saturday afternoons at 4 Eastern. I'm super tired. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. All right. Catch you later.
Bye.
Bye.
And then there were 3. Are you 2 good to keep going for a little bit?
Yep. I just finished my article, and during the next sprint, I'm going to go start some food stuff.
I just uploaded my video on how to write trans. Actually, it should really be how not to write trans and non-binary characters, but because it's a lot more. Oh, please stop. Than it is like tips on how to, but 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So I can actually start looking at this train wreck of a chapter that needs saving.
Nice.
Speaking of Charlie, will you resend me the link to the long one I was helping you with? Because I lost it and I haven't been able to work on it, and I want to work on it.
I have. I'm going to just flood you with links in a minute. Be warned.
Okay.
I have a lot of stuff that's in editing right now. You can take your pick. I'll write a little description as to what each one is.
You know what's happening in the next sprint? You know what's going to happen in the next sprint? You're going to go down for a nap. But okay, so all the talk about the style sheet. Let me show you the blank one. Stop grabbing. And then you'll know what I'm talking about. Stop touching.
I want to get off.
Okay. Here's the style sheet. It has my contact information, and then anybody else that works on this project that uses this same style sheet would put their contact information. And then the references that I use, so the Chicago Manual of Style and the Merriam-Webster's Online Dictionary. And then here I would type a overview of your project, and then what tense it's in and what POV it's in, and then all your characters go in. It has name, description, relationships, then your settings, anything that is mentioned more than once, I will add here and add in whatever description from the book and put it here. And then timeline events that are like the most important stuff. And then grammar specific things. And then spelling of special words. Oh, and formatting. This is more for proofreading than anything else. Okay, then get down. And then the last section that I don't see on a lot of style sheets, but I added to mine, is changes that I make often that I want to give the author an opportunity to learn what they did wrong and why it is wrong and how to fix it. So if, like, example, if somebody misuses semicolons a lot, I would put in here the semicolon, the reference from Chicago of what the actual proper semicolon situation is. That kind of a situation. There's my style sheet. It looks so nice when it's all filled out.
That is really cool.
Noelle, quiet. Spence, you were about to say something and Noelle yelled over you.
That looks handy AF.
Oh, yay. Yeah, I wasn't using them before, but I kept wanting to make one. So I finally just sat down one day and I made one. And now I get to use it for all my clients in the future. Bye, Martha. See you later. Thanks for being here for so long. Speaking of which, getting things done, we should start another sprint.
Sprint!
Let me put the timer back on the screen.
I'm tired.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Stop pulling on the cords, please.
No.
You want to say go? Okay, I'll say go. 3. Well, then come out here and say go. 3, 2.
What? Go. Don't yell at me. Don't yell.
That sprint ended more quickly than I was ready for.
I know the feeling.
I'm going through and putting all the edits I made on paper into the Word document, and I'm going to read it 2 more times in the Word document before I'm satisfied with the work I've done.
I did some self-care stuff.
Nice.
I got the tea of happy wellness that the hubby made for me before he went to work.
I put my child to bed, and I came back down here.
I just put a pizza in the oven, that's all.
Nice.
Pizza sounds.
I am really upset because I finally was like, oh yeah, I'm awake and alert enough to work now. And now I'm starting to feel really drowsy all of a sudden. And I'm like, fuck you, body. I finally have time to actually sit down and work because Noelle's a bit to sleep. And now you're like, ooh, you should take a nap too.
Isn't that how bodies
Bit
work?
So, luckily, I don't need to focus. Like, I can be a little bit drowsy right now because I'm like just transferring right now. I'm not actually doing any new edits at the moment. So
I just thought that was how bodies worked. Like, oh, you think you have time for this? Let me explain to you my plans.
okay, I have to look something up now because she has fairy tale as one word, but it's incorrect, and I need to figure out if it needs to be open or hyphenated. Chicago, that's what I'm looking for. Chicago manual style. I opened a new tab and then I got lost for a second.
I hate it when I do that. Like,
I was like, I opened a new tab. What am I doing now? What am I looking for?
I know enough about psychology to understand that the threshold is the threshold memory loss is a thing. Like when you go into another room, there's a reason you often forget what you went in there for. Like it's just a quirk of how our brains work. But opening another tab should not be another threshold, brain. I have not physically moved.
Yeah, all I did was go over, open a new tab to go to Chicago Manual so I could look up this hyphenation thing. And it was like, haha, bitch, you thought.
It's not quite the same, but I thought of it earlier. The most embarrassing instance I've ever had of that kind of thing, where like my brain just fucking dumped the information, was when I was in college. I had a bus pass. And I decided to put the bus pass in a very smart, safe place.
Okay.
Which was on top of a frame. I had a really thick picture frame, like right by my bedroom door. So like as I opened my bedroom door to leave the house to go get on the bus, I just grabbed the bus pass.
That's too logical of a place to put a thing.
Yes. And like immediately after I put it up there, my brain dumped the information. So when I needed to find the bus pass, I had to tear my room apart 3 times.
Oh no.
And like I'm pretty sure how it got found was I like slammed the bedroom door and the air wafted it onto the ground.
I once lost a set of concert tickets that I had put in the top drawer of my desk where I kept my keys. Like literally every time I pulled my keys out, there were the concert tickets, but my brain did not associate the two. And I tore through the entire house so many times trying to find it.
Yikes.
And then luckily there's a second human who was like, I was like, I need my keys. It's time to go. Who opened the door and was like, there are the tickets. You know, in a logical place.
All right, I found the hyphenation guide. Now I need to figure out a noun compound. Is it hyphenated or not? Okay, noun, single function. First noun modifies second noun. Is noun form open, adjective form hyphenated before a noun. So fairy tale would be open.
And fairy tale creature would be hyphenated?
I think so.
If I'm understanding what you said.
Noun form open. So noun, single function. First noun modifies second noun. So fairy tale would be open because fairy in this context, I don't believe it would count as an adjective
Mm-mm.
because it's two nouns. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Though I am only just realizing that fairy tale creature would be hyphenated. I don't think I've used that term.
Fairy tale, if you're using fairy tale as an adjective, would be hyphenated. But in this case, it's a noun because it says little more than fairy tales. So
English, why you gotta be like this?
Why you gotta be like this? Why you gotta?
I thought we were friends. You insist on
so
staying at
glad.
my house, sleeping on my couch.
You thought you were friends with the English language?
Hey, if they're gonna live in my house, eat my food, sleep on my couch, like they should at least be kind to me. I'm just saying.
Like, English doesn't borrow from other languages; it mugs them.
It just straight up just.
I'm pretty sure the English language has at least once shanked the Italian language for a couple of pennies.
We definitely didn't borrow
True.
from French at all.
Technically, French conquered us. We don't like admitting it, but the Normans who brought the French over did kind of conquer the land.
One thing that I wish I could change about one particular thing I wish I didn't have to fix in books is double punctuation.
Yeah.
Specifically, if you have a question mark and an exclamation point next to each other, that's the one thing that I wish I didn't have to change because I wish I could use that because there's no better way to show that one is screaming a question at somebody than with a question mark and an exclamation point together.
You're not allowed to do that?
No,
Nope.
You're not allowed to do double punctuation.
Says who? And can I kick them in the
Says
shins?
Chicago manual.
Go to Chicago. Find the people who write the manual of style and good swift kick to the shins.
Let me actually.
English goes all mafia on other languages. Yes.
Yep.
Which, I mean, we're getting a bit of our own back. There's a really fun English dialect that has been emerging in Southeast Asia that does not care what we think about it. And it's beautiful and it hurts my brain. Like it is son of English. Like it is Frankenstein's child will have its revenge.
Yes.
It's going to take me a while to find the exact reference for the double punctuation thing because there's so many things in here.
Yes, CB, those are technically called interrobangs, but in at least American English, I cannot speak for
And there is no
other places.
Yeah, interrobang is not a thing
But in American English, that is not an acceptable form of writing.
But why not? But why not though?
Gatekeeping. I don't know. That's my answer to everything.
I mean, if it's a gatekeeping issue, Meadow is in a great position to start that revolution because she is an editor. And all you have to do is just start allowing it and tell your other editing friends to just start allowing it. Just be like, it's stupid, we can't do this. Allow it.
I'm going to write a letter to Chicago Manual Style and be like, hey, can we please allow interrobangs back into our stuff?
Because
into the new Oxford comma.
Because the biggest problem that we have in English is that those who work for dictionaries who do descriptive explanations of how English is actually used, and those who write our manuals of style, which are the proscriptive ways our language is to be used, they don't talk to each other. There's not a lot of back and forth there. So as the vernacular language changes, the formal language sounds more and more formal.
The only time that I know of that you can do double punctuation is when you're punctuating an ellipsis, because you have to punctuate an ellipsis. Example, if your sentence ends with an ellipsis, it doesn't just go sentence end ... It's period, space, dot, space, dot, space, dot, space.
I'm just gonna not use ellipses anymore.
If your dialogue ends with an ellipsis and there's a comma and then the dialogue tag, it's space dot, space dot, space dot, space, comma, end quotation mark, finish sentence.
I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that more than I hate physics.
But I love physics.
I'm on a kick right now because I'm doing a wardrobe creation for the first time, and I figured out my color palette and decided my color palette is just the primary colors, but all the primary colors. So red, yellow, blue, but also cyan, magenta, and then green, because physics has no chill and I hate it. And I don't, it's mostly just an excuse for me to get to wear green because I like green. But simultaneously, the fact that green is considered a primary color according to physics makes me want to end the universe because it's not fair.
There are 5 reference points about multiple punctuation marks in Chicago Manual Style.
If you really want to,
2 through 125.
if you really want to hate physics, try doing 3D renders. Can't tell you how many types of software that I've dealt with that uses different metrics for understanding how light works, and so your primary colors keep changing depending on the exact formulas they've decided to use to render the light. So you're
3D design, and that was before we got into any of that. I was literally just using popsicle sticks and glue, and I failed that. Like
one of the pictures that I just did, I had to remember that for the texture maps, everything has to be RGB because that's how that works. But when rendering the actual light coming from the emissive sources, I have to be using the whole cyan, magenta, the yellow crap wheel over there because that's how they understand light. And then just
I hate it. There's a video about impossible colors that Mr. Spence made me watch, and he had to pause it several times so I could go on a rant about just how confused I was, because I feel like he skipped over the part where they're impossible, but then how do we see them?
They're imaginary. It's kind of like Technology Connections has a wonderful video simply titled Brown, which is essentially why brown does not exist.
And but it does. It obviously does right there. Why do we see it then? And
Okay.
Saturation of yellow.
I found it. Punctuation 6.126, question mark with exclamation point. In the rare case of a question mark and an exclamation point ending with a title or quotation that ends in the question mark or the exclamation point, include both marks only if they are different and the sentence punctuation seems essential. So, example sentence. Have you seen help? And the title is help with an exclamation point is the title of the thing. And then there's a question mark afterwards because it's a question. The sentence necessitates a question mark.
I have so many feels right now.
Why are things the way they are?
I need an interrobang just to express my feels right now. Why?
Another example with when double punctuation is allowed. I just love Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, and because there's a question mark in the title of Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, and the sentence ends with an exclamation point, it's double punctuation. The question mark is sometimes used in combination with the exclamation point to express excitement or disbelief, a practice that is best avoided in formal prose.
No.
So that is an ecumenical matter. I've had editors tell me both things, that you can italicize for emphasis and that you should not italicize unless it's for thought.
That's
so I don't know the answer to that one.
personal in my opinion. When you italicize, it's really based on the author's style. I'm sure there's probably a specific grammar thing for it, and I could look it up for you. But as far as I'm aware, italicization can be used for both or either, as long as you're consistent.
I often use italics if I do let myself use it for sarcasm in dialogue, just so the letters get wonky, to give a hint that the voice has gotten wonky. Like, oh, you're beautiful.
I use
Beautiful would be in italics.
In dialogue to emphasize a specific word. Like if they're putting more emphasis on a specific word when they're speaking, I will put that word in italics. Like, oh, so you're that kind of person. That would be italicized. I also use it for interpersonal thoughts. Current project that I'm working on, I use italics because it's the one where she's got the two personalities, and whenever she's in a scene and the other personality is inside talking to her, their words are in italics because they're in her head. And then it switches, like when they switch and the other person's inside talking, they're in italics. So I use it that way, and that's really a personal preference. If you tell your editor, I want to use italics for all inter thoughts, then they need to respect that, and they'll put it in your style guide that's what you want. If they try to tell you like, no, this is wrong, change it, just find a different editor, because they're obviously not respecting your wishes.
That is something everyone should. Sorry, I just think back to my very first editor, and if they won't listen to you about what the story is, and they're just like, let's just change the entire intent of everything that you're doing. That's what I mean. They want a co-author credit, not
stuff like that is what style sheets are for, because you have the style guide. And that's why I have it on there. I'm using the style guide, but the style sheet is there to keep track of the details of the story, as well as put details that you want grammatically wise, of like, I don't want serial commas. I would need to put that in the style sheet that they don't want serial commas, so that future editors don't use them either. I want to use single quotations instead of double quotations. I would put that on there. I want all of the inner thoughts to be in italics. I would put that on there. And that is stuff that would differ from the style guide that I'm using, but is specific for your project.
Yeah, the one I'm speaking of, he was very clear, like, all your characters should be heterosexual. We're fixing this.
Gross.
Yeah.
Further explanation of the exclamation question mark thing, because it said, for more information, click here. In 6.72, it says, a sentence in the form of a direct question may be marked as a rhetorical by the use of an exclamation point in the place of a question mark. Example, when will you learn? Is with an exclamation point, because it's a question that is being yelled at the person and it's rhetorical. So in those cases where it's like, what the hell? And you would use a question mark exclamation point, just use an exclamation point.
No.
I know.
Keep doing it.
I know. It frustrates me too.
So Holly, if they found another body. Oh, they did. Yay. I love news alerts on my phone. Oh yeah, we in the Heartland are killing each other at an accelerating rate. It's fun.
And obviously not doing a real good job of disposing of the bodies.
Oh no. They're like leaving them by the side of the road and behind grocery stores, and
maybe I just come from like a I had a joke, and then my brain was like, "That's probably a bad joke." So I'm trying to think of a better way of doing it.
I'm really annoyed with my Microsoft Word because it keeps trying to get me to change everything to the British spelling. I don't want to change it to the British spelling. I want to keep it in the American spelling. Thank you.
It's so easy to dispose of bodies around here. It's not that hard, guys.
There's so many wild boar. Like, there's no reason they should find anything that you leave behind. Pigs will eat anything.
There's so much, like, there's so many different water spaces with just sea monsters around here. There's a freaking pond. There's multiple ponds. You're not allowed to put your feet in my community. Multiple. Because the mud is just so suctiony. It's drowned people before. All you need is something heavy to suck them into the mud and gone forever. Or you just throw them into the pond behind the mill and let the catfish eat them.
That's what happened to so many of my shoes when I lived in Texas.
Or you could feed them to pigs.
There's plenty of, like, that one's a little bit harder. People have been caught for feeding humans to pigs. Because the pig farmers keep an eye out for that sort of thing.
Well, that's why if I ever killed somebody, I would buy my own pigs.
We have so many wild boar around here. It really is a problem. Like, you have to check outside the house because some idiots thought it'd be fun to import Eurasian boar to hunt, not realizing that they don't care about your fences.
Yeah.
So they're everywhere now. We're talking about like giant Princess Mononoke size, like angry pig monsters from hell.
Do you guys remember I think it was a Tumblr thing about what are you going to do when the boars come into your yard? That was such...
Too relatable. I'm just saying. Too relatable. Like, they're here.
All right, guys. I found the section. Italics for emphasis. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Use italics for emphasis only as an occasional adjunct to efficient sentence structure. Okay. Overused, italics quickly lose their force, seldom should as much as... What the fuck is this wording? Seldom should as much as a
Non-efficient
sentence
writing?
be italicized for emphasis, and never a whole passage. In the first example below, the last three words, though clearly emphatic, do not require italics because of their dramatic position at the end of the sentence. Okay, so the example is, the damaging evidence was offered not by the arresting officer, not by the injured plaintiff, but by the boy's own mother. And because it's the positioning of the wording in the sentence, it doesn't need to be italicized. But the next example, where it is using italicized, it says, it was Leo. And was is italicized. So basically exactly what I said.
Leo does all the bad things.
Boldface or underscore for emphasis? I'm sorry, what?
Occasionally, boldface or underscore, also called underlining, is used for emphasis. In formal prose, especially in print, italics are usually more appropriate.
Okay, there we go.
I've really been wanting to put together a soundboard, and I may have to grab that like clip of Spence. What? That just like beautiful moment of yes, perfect exclamation. Yeah.
Capitals for emphasis. Initial capitals, once used to lend importance to certain words, are now used only ironically. Okay, so I'm a bad mother. Bad mother is capitalized. Admitted Mary cheerfully. Capitalizing an entire word or phrase for emphasis is rarely appropriate in formal prose. If capitals are wanted in dialogue or in representing newspaper headlines, for example, small caps rather than full capitals look more graceful. Note that capitalizing a word means setting only the initial letters as a capital. Capitalizing a whole word like this, and then like this is capitalized, is known as setting in full caps or all caps. Setting a word in small capitals or small caps results in this style where it's all capital, but the capitals are the same size as the lowercase letters. For the use of small caps in representing terms in American Sign Language. Oh, okay. So if you're writing in American Sign Language, you would use small caps. That's something I knew.
It's done. It's just got to come off of it.
That is not something I knew. If anybody's writing with American Sign Language in their book, you use small caps.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. Cool. We're learning so many things today.
Most of them I hate.
Usually I learn these things as they become applicable to me. So, like, most of the stuff that I've learned grammar-wise, I've learned because, like, oh, you know what? I don't know if that's correct. I'm going to look it up and make sure. And then sometimes I come along stuff like, oh, I've never, ever edited a story with American Sign Language. Well, I mean, I have, but that was before I had Chicago Manual, so all the sign language was in italics, which it was consistent, so it was fine. But now that I know that, I'm upset that I didn't know that then. But, we learned new things every day. If anybody has any other specific grammar questions while we're in the live stream, let me know. We're going to do another sprint now, though.
My video on writing trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people just went live.
Yay!
I got 2 notifications for it.
Did you premiere it?
I hope not, because if so, I'm a bad host because I'm not there right now. Quickly runs over in browser and double checks.
I did not get a single notification for it. What the heck, man? YouTube, you're off your game. Let's go make sure I'm still subscribed to Molly.
No, I did not. Yay.
Oh, I am subscribed. I just apparently didn't have my bell on anymore, even though I know I had it on previously.
Because I do too many things and it's annoying. I get it. I feel that way about my own life. Like, why do I have so many notifications?
Watch later. Yay.
Watch later is like a digital doom box for me.
Oh, I go through, if I get on YouTube, I'm like, okay, I gotta fold laundry, I need something to watch. I will immediately open my watch later and start working my way through it.
I have so many things on my watch later. Like, I had to go find something off of it the other day, and I'm like, ooh, Picasso and Barack go to the movies? I should watch that again. That's a 2-hour-long documentary about, like, dudes having a dude crush, simultaneously trying to one-up each other via art.
I, at one point, I had like 300 videos in my watch later, and last year, it was probably about a year ago now, actually, I went through, I watched all the videos I still wanted to watch, removed all the videos I either had already watched or didn't want to watch anymore, and I got all the way down to like 30, and I kind of stay at 30 where I'll watch like 5 videos, but then I'll add 5 more videos, and 30 is much more manageable for me. So I think right now though it's at like 62, so I need to do some work and watch them. All right, we're gonna start a sprint now. 3, 2, 1, go. Yay! Another sprint done. I am almost done transferring all of my paper edits into the Word document, and then once that's done, I can take a break from this project for the day, let it leave my mind, and read it fresh again tomorrow.
Yay.
I remembered to have lunch.
Yay!
Is it lunch when it's like 5 or 6 in the evening?
Considering I'm going to have,
bed at like 2 a.m.
considering we don't usually have dinner till around 9 or 10 when the hubby gets home. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That makes it reasonable. I had dinner.
I'm going to suggest to this client that they go through and remove some of the ellipses because they use a lot of ellipses, which are not technically grammatically incorrect, but annoying to read that many ellipses. Actually, you know what? We're going to see what Chicago says about ellipses.
So, Chicago, what terrible things are you going to tell us now?
Ellipses. Okay, ellipses at the end of deliberately incomplete sentences. Already knew. An ellipsis alone is used at the end of a quoted sentence that is deliberately left grammatically incomplete. And then it just shows an example of how it's used. And I already knew these examples. Note that no space intervenes between a final ellipses point and a closing quotation mark. Yep, I already knew that. Thank you. Ellipses for the omission of a whole or partial paragraph. I already knew that. Bracketed. Ellipses with other punctuation. When not to use an ellipses. Okay. Ellipses are normally not used, one, before the first word of a quotation, even if the beginning of the original sentence has been omitted, or two, after the last word of a quotation, even if the end of the original sentence has been omitted, unless the sentence is quoted is deliberately incomplete. Okay. That didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. Ellipses defined. How about this? An ellipsis is a series of 3 dots used to signal the omission of a word, phrase, line, paragraph, or more from a quoted passage. Such omissions are made of material that is considered. Okay, I already knew this part. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. Is to use 3 space periods. They must. Yeah, so it's space dot, space dot, space dot, space, but they have to appear on the same line. Okay. It can also be used to indicate faltering speech or incomplete thoughts. This is such a long paragraph, I'm sorry. I just want to know if too many ellipses is a thing. I just want to know.
Technically.
Most of the stuff about ellipses is in terms of like when you're using ellipses in a quote that you like in a research type paper, because that's like, when you see like the bracket ellipses in a bracket or ellipses in the middle of a passage of a quote, it just means that a section of that quote has been removed for like to make it more concise to the point that you're trying to make. But I want to know when too many ellipses is too many ellipses. But apparently I'm not going to find that. Oh well.
Yes, Kat, we're still live.
Yeah. It's only been 4.5 hours. It's not as long as I've gone in the past. A turtle that is red. Hello, how are you? Also, I did read the section about the ASL with the small caps, and it is more specifically small caps for if you are transcribing ASL onto paper. And there's actually a whole lot of instructions of grammar details because ASL grammar is different than like English grammar, written grammar. And so all of the grammar details about ASL when you're transcribing it is in here, but it didn't specifically say for fiction that it needed to be in small caps. So I think that you could do whatever you want grammatically wise in a fiction thing.
I just realized that, with the exception of breakfast this morning, I've had nothing but vegetarian meals for 2 days.
They have protein in them though, right?
Oh yeah, that's why I said vegetarian rather than vegan, because
Right.
there was some cheese.
Good. Okay, Laura has a quote. The sliver of silver light slices through the opening of the defiled sarcophagus, showing nothing but ragged remains, the midnight moon illuminating where the mummy's missing head should be. Watches on the wrists of the archaeologist stop, both hands straight up. The mummy groans. Men scream. Minutes later, the restored pharaoh closes their tomb once again. No more to lure. Outsiders for parts. No more to lure outsiders for parts. The corpses of the glory seekers stand withered amongst the ranks of eternal servants, forever amongst the sand. Ooh. That gives me Mummy, like the movie Mummy, it gives me vibes like that.
That is such a good movie. Might watch it
It is
tonight.
such a good movie. So me and Jordan a couple weeks ago we were after smoking The Devil's Lettuce and we were trying to figure out what to watch, and we recently got HBO Max, and so we were going through and I saw The Mummy on there and I was like, ooh, we should watch The Mummy, and he's like, okay, but how about The Mummy 2 instead? Because I like The Mummy 2 better than The Mummy, and I was like, okay, let's watch The Mummy 2 instead. So we watched The Mummy 2.
I have them both on DVD and I love it, and I want to rewatch it because Jill Barrett, a YouTuber, has a whole series she does of just called Stuff You Like, where she talks about why people like stuff. And she's done like 3 on The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. There's like the first one, and then here's why you like the second one, and then a very specific look into why we like the second one from the point of view of the relationships.
I used to have the box set of the first 2 movies and the first Scorpion King movie with The Rock.
Also a gem.
I don't know what happened to my box set. I'm going to have to see if I can find it somewhere. But if anybody has seen the third Mummy movie,
No.
it's okay.
It's bad.
It's not the worst movie I've ever seen. It's not good enough. It's not as good as the first 2, for sure. It is not anything close to them. But the main reason I didn't like it is because they recast the main actress, and the new actress did not do a good enough job.
I was going to say, if you have to recast the main actress, don't continue the movie series.
I did think that the son, as an adult, really embodied Brendan Fraser really well. The way he played the Mr. O'Connell, whatever his name is, O'Connell's character. The way he played that character in the first 2 movies, I feel like his son really embodied that really well in the third movie.
The third movie just destroyed the chemistry that Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz had. And part of what made the second one so good, even though it's so hokey, and like if you remove how much these people just seem to like being around each other, it's bad.
I will say though, the reboot is a masterpiece that taught me everything I know about how not to start a series.
You mean the
so
one
bad.
with
Tom Cruise?
Yeah. I
It
didn't.
is
Even,
so.
I refused to watch it.
I know somewhere there have to be like lost musical numbers that were once a part of this movie, because there's just a couple times where Russell Crowe just like does a thing that like you just feel like he's about to start singing, but then they cut away for something else and then they come back, and I'm just like, I know that this was so much more everything than what is left here, which is still way too much. But I kind of need those musical numbers. Like I just feel like whether or not they were intended or not, or he just was in a really pissy mood and decided to start singing songs from like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde from Broadway, just cause. I don't know, but there are quite a few takes that end with him making this dramatic motion like he's about to break out in song. And it could not have hurt the movie any more than the movie was already harmed to allow those to stay in. I'm just saying. I know they exist somewhere.
Yeah, I think that the third movie could have been good. It could have been. Like, I liked the idea of them branching out to other types of cultures for mummies, because mummies are in all sorts of different cultures. I liked the idea. I liked the general premise of it. I just, because they recast, that was what ruined it for me. They recast her, destroyed the chemistry. The whole relationship was really forced because
No chemistry.
yeah, they did.
Honestly, the only thing I remember about the third one is that Jet Li was in it.
It was just set in China.
That's the only thing I remember.
About Chinese mummies, and they recast the main actress to somebody else. The son had a love interest with some Asian chick. That's all I remember about it.
I'm gonna
And
rewatch.
they also left it open-ended at the end because Jonathan is like, I'm moving to Peru. There's no mummies in Peru. And then it had like in the text or whatever information about mummies in Peru. So it made it seem like they were going to make more movies, and then they never did.
I'm glad they didn't. They should have stopped with the second one. Just, I want to rewatch it because I don't have a story idea for it, but I really want more like family adventure movies.
Right.
CB Speed Round. I believe the second one has a brief cameo from him, but I believe we were talking about the Scorpion King in its entirety. Wow, that is a terrible movie, and you've really upped, and I feel challenged to say another one, but the Doom starring The Rock is probably the worst film ever made.
Oh,
just
God.
on every level possible. Like, I don't think it's technically possible to make a worse movie than that. As far as dialogue, acting, like cinematography, the editing is bad.
You
The
said
special effects are
Doom?
terrible.
DOOM?
As in the game, yes.
Okay, I haven't seen it. The worst movie that I've ever seen is the Dune, Dune movie from the 70s, 80s, whatever.
Oh, man.
Both of
Yeah.
you need to watch Galaxy Invaders.
That is so bad it transcends into good.
Yeah, I feel like it will be in the same bucket with the Transmorphers, because
Yeah.
it's
Like, it's so bad it circles around to being fun again.
Okay, but hear me out. A movie that's so bad that it circles into good is Rubber.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sure you don't, Charlie. Sure you don't. Rubber,
I genuinely don't.
for those of you who are not in the know, Rubber is about a murderous tire that rolls around and kills people with its psychic powers.
That sounds like a work of cocaine genius.
It is a work of
bad that
cocaine.
it's so good. It's so bad that it circles into good. It's on the same level of like Sharknado kind of a movie, but probably worse than Sharknado.
Because at least Sharknado was like, we're doing it. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know what percentage of the cast and crew realized that they were in a train wreck, but quite a few of them obviously were like, I know what I signed up for. I know what this is. And put in the appropriate amount of effort.
Just the fact that they made more than one Sharknado. There's more than one Sharknado movie, guys.
There's more than one Lake Placid.
Lake Placid is perfection, though.
Because foul-mouthed Betty White is
Yeah.
my life.
I knew at first, I just wasn't going to say it.
Like, it's my life. Like, oh my goodness. I think that was the first time I had ever heard Betty White say a bad word. And I was like, I have to watch this so many more times and just drink it all in. Just
It's like
Oh,
watching
oh,
Jurassic
it's-
Park just to hear Jeff Goldblum go, that's one big pile of shit.
right? Right? Oh,
So for me, the reason why Dune is so garbage is because one, it's not even the same story anymore.
yeah, I don't think he read the book.
I don't think they read the book. Also, was it Sting? Sting wasn't it, right? He played one of the villain
He played
guys.
Fade, yeah. He played the 15-year-old boy.
I will say
Fade
though that
Ruata.
Thufir Hawat has the best eyebrows in the business. Not gonna lie,
Oh,
the best eyebrows in the business.
I watched a pretty garbage movie recently, and I'm very mad about it. But it also lowered my expectations in the future for retellings of this particular story.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a retelling of Persuasion by Jane Austen, but in a modern setting.
Oh god, this is so bad.
Why is it dirty? What is it?
A movie we watched. It was.
Okay.
It is my favorite Jane Austen story. Just hands down my favorite. And they made it so like there were some moments that I was like, I'm actually here for this in a different movie entirely.
Somebody spoke in hashtags.
Which movie is it?
It's called Modern Persuasion.
Oh gosh.
did you say someone spoke in hashtags?
Yes.
Okay,
Like
every
by like
time
constantly
I see,
saying hashtag word salad? Like
Yes.
every single time I see nowadays, every time I see like a teen movie that's like all adults playing the teens, there's always one character that goes like hashtag this, hashtag that, and it's like, oh my god, teenagers do not talk like that.
There were a couple
This was
good
a
jokes.
30 to 40 something year old talking like that.
No.
Okay, in fairness to the movie, I do know a 40-year-old lesbian who likes to do that because she loves watching people's skin crawl. Like, she does it so intentionally, and God help you if anybody winces, because that's the only dialogue you're getting for the rest of the night, because she lives for the cringe.
At
I do
one
it
point,
sometimes
one
as
of
a
our
joke.
friends
But
decided he was going to ironically went YOLO or hashtag YOLO ironically. And it got to the point where he could not stop doing it and it stopped being ironic.
oh no.
His solution was every time you hear me say YOLO, punch me in the arm.
I think I'm the only one that actually did that, though.
I did it too.
Okay.
Any excuse to hit him.
I'm gonna do it. Did you say go?
It's pretty.
That's
know.
just funny, Joe.
I say hashtags sometimes, like if I'm talking about something that I know has like a hashtag movement behind it, I'll say like example, hashtag justice for Johnny in reference to Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. I say that if I'm talking about that situation, I will always say hashtag justice for Johnny because that's like the hashtag associated with that thing. But
Yeah,
I
there
usually
was a
say
couple of jokes that like made me laugh almost unironically, and one of them was one of the hashtag things. Like so they were talking about how hot this one particular character was, and one of the two quote unquote token millennials who run the social media of this business. One of them goes, "Yeah, he is really hot." Hashtag me, like acknowledging she also thinks he's hot. Says hashtag me too, and her counterpart grabs her and says, "That's not what that means."
that's a good one.
Another one that was another joke that was legitimately funny was there's an Asian lady that's pregnant and she goes, "I'm so bloated I could star in the sequel to Precious." And as a black person is walking by, she just stops,
Looks at
tracks back, and goes, "No." Just no.
just no, none of that.
See, I like to say hashtags out loud every now and then because I like to make old people's jokes, like when I say YouTubes, because I find them funny, or the Walmarts. Like there's certain words that I just like to say because I find them so ridiculous, and half the time I'm quoting either my dad or one of his friends. So how's everything going over there on the YouTubes? Well,
the two
Yeah,
of
it's.
you.
I think it's worth watching if you're a fan of Jane Austen stuff, just to like just physically lower your expectations on other versions, because it took my favorite moments and made them cringy. Like they almost had it. They almost were there at one point because like the emotional climax was he sends her a text before he goes onto like this big stage. So she's reading like this paragraph long text as the like letter scene, and it was actually really well done and really good. I'm like, I like this, I'm into it. And then they just kept going, and like they ruined it. And there was a point where they were like quoting the book at each other at the end, and I'm like, no, you had it. You just had enough references. You could have left it. You didn't need like. If you want the text from one of the most romantic letters of all time ever written, fight me. In this cringy movie, all you do is have him like give her the book with that page bookmarked and have her read it to herself. That's how you do that. Don't make them quote it at each other. Like they both spontaneously have this passage memorized.
Okay, all right. I just thought of another cringy movie I watched years ago. I cannot remember what the title it is right now, but I will find out and I will let you know. But basically, the plot of it is the main character is this gay teenager who goes to an all-boys school and like isn't out to anybody yet. And he auditions for the school play, which is a musical version of A Midsummer Night's Dream, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's that, and he gets the role of Puck. And
Are you talking about Where the World Mine?
maybe, yes.
Is it a musical?
Yeah, I think so. That movie was a lot.
It was. I loved
He
it. It was so
basically-
over the top.
He learns how to make the flower thing from the play, and then goes in the middle of the night. He breaks into the entire towns, everyone's houses in the middle of the night, and sprays them with the flower thing. So then everyone in town falls in love with the first person that they see the next day. And so then you have marriages getting broken up because like the female neighbors fell for each other, and like
He makes everyone gay.
he makes everyone gay.
Everyone gay. Everyone.
That sounds at least fun.
Oh, it's one of my favorite movies.
It's just a lot.
The singing is very, very good. The soundtrack, definitely look up, because some of the music that's in there is really good. But it is so. I'm amazed at how it exists, because I had seen the short film that it was based on, which is just called Fairies, and it is a terrible, terrible short film, and I was not expecting anything entertaining to come from that.
Yeah,
But-
it was good. I definitely should rewatch it now, but when I first watched it, I was a little teenager. I hadn't even really figured out that I was bisexual yet, so I watched this. Everyone's suddenly gay, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
It is the queerest revenge fantasy that I've ever seen put to film. And like I could imagine teenage me, given this superpower, doing the exact same thing.
Turning everyone gay.
Like, you're gonna come for me. You're gonna come for me. Literally, everyone's gay now. Boom. Just everyone.
The teacher figures out what he did and has to drive him all through the town to fix it.
Just.
At least they did something good with it, because like I hate when there's. I got into this with Chloe the other day because there is a book called Some Like It Hot. It's like a werewolf book. I have not read, but I read the like snippet on the back and was so mad that they took, because the movie Some Like It Hot is a masterpiece.
Yes.
And there was no references.
What?
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Like, I'm like, I was so mad that this thing existed. I hadn't even read it. I wasn't even considering buying it. It's a thing that exists, and I hate it.
Okay, that cover needs to be slapped in the face.
It
Not
came
that I
up
looked it up immediately, but
It came up because she got me on a Facebook group for paranormal romance readers and writers and stuff to help me find a book in the series that I read 2 decades ago and couldn't find. The people on this site are freaking magic. It took 30 minutes of me being like, here are 4 things I think I know about this book. Can you find it? And somebody who had even read it was like, is it this book? And I was like, what the frick?
okay, I definitely want to strangle whoever wrote the back cover copy for this, because this, I can tell, I feel like I know where this came from. They recorded a Zoom call of themselves desperately trying to explain the story that they came up with while half drunk to somebody. And we're just like, I don't know, let's transcribe that and have that be the back cover.
Now, Meadow is editing that sort of thing, so she needs to see it or read it.
Oh my
What did you say was some?
Some Lycan Hot. Lycan. It's apparently book 11 in the Broken Heart series, which is just painful in and of itself. Okay, all of the titles in this series, I just want to slap somebody. I'm a vampire, and that's why.
Yeah, I've got one coming in the mail on Thursday, and that one is Don't Talk Back to Your Vampire. And
Wait till your vampire gets home.
I am so stoked for it. I went through a phase when I was in like middle school and high school where paperback romance novels are cheap and you can buy them at Walmart. And I got an allowance that let me buy a book a week.
I accidentally closed my StreamYard tab, but I'm all good now. Also, yikes.
Bye, mommy. Bye, mommy.
Why does the cover that shows up on, like, the first one that shows up, it looks like a Bewitched type?
Yeah, the girl with the apple.
Yeah. It reminds me of Bewitched.
Because apparently, long story, she gets Aphrodite's apple. It's actually part of the back. It's like the next to the last line in the back cover copy.
Wow.
And it's not even like the most ridiculous book I read during this phase. Which reminds me.
See, there are times when I feel like my romance ideas are way too out there, and then I'm just like, they're not too out there enough.
They're probably not. Like, I also got Chloe reading a series called The Immortals, which is just several things. Like, there's every supernatural creature, including a variety of pantheon worth of gods, and the books are about 4 half immortal demigods trying to take down one of their brothers because he is being tortured by a sex demon. And now he's going to
you do.
This back blurb is ridiculous.
Right?
This sounds like a pretty good craft, mommy. It doesn't put like a little.
No, it's a juice bottle, baby.
I'm done with it, but
Okay, so we'll put it in the kitchen.
I'm gonna put.
This person is supposed to be over at least 70 plus years old,
Okay, so
and they
I'm
talk like
putting-
a freaking middle schooler on this blurb.
Well, I'm gonna make a screwdriver for a toy. So you can do this.
Okay.
It's my tired.
Oh, and it's written by a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author.
Is it really?
It's what the biography says.
Oh gosh.
The writing itself isn't that bad. Like, I've not read any but the one, and it left enough of an impression that over a decade later, I want to reread it.
I mean, the covers are consistent. they all definitely look like they belong together. And if she's popular, she's popular. But that blurb is a bit yikes.
Yeah.
That blurb needs a new draft.
Speaking of, how's that blurb editing service coming along?
I got busy with other stuff and I haven't finished it. I haven't finished it because I'm trying to make a cheat sheet, like guide to writing a blurb, and it's taking a lot more work than I had initially anticipated.
I am struggling with the word limit that they give you on Vela, because every one that I've come up with is too short, and also like trying to figure out how expansive, because series. Ugh.
Right. My Vela project is I'm writing it with my best friend, and it's our superhero stuff. And the first story is the main character is this girl named Evie, and she has another personality whose name is Snow, and Snow has ice powers. It's basically a ripoff of Killer Frost, but like slightly less evil. And then the other main character, the love interest, is named Keith, and they were both kidnapped as young children and experimented on, which is why they have superpowers. And so the story is, many years later, and Evie and Snow have been out free in the world for a while, and Keith has recently escaped, and they team up to destroy the facility that they were experimented on in. And it's just a short, quick thing.
I should think of something to write for Vela that's not indecent.
The second story is same character, but different love interest. And then the third one is aliens. So, yeah.
My urban fantasy story that I'm working on was originally intended to be a light novel, and I didn't realize how, I don't want to say episodic the chapters are, but the chapters really are. This thing happened. Uh-oh. And now this thing happens. They're not like cliffhanger, but there's a lot of that, like, well, and then like they very much are complete thoughts. I think it's actually working fairly well for something like Vela.
Right. Serialized fiction needs to be it needs to be a lot more action-packed than a regular book would be.
Yeah, I've done serials in the past. And the epic fantasy one is more akin to those, in that they're very moody, but
yeah. I'd like to think of it as like, for me, when I'm writing my serial stuff, I try to think one chapter should be a complete episode of a TV show in my mind. Which is where I'm struggling a little bit, because I like to end every single chapter of mine on, if I can, I like to end it on a cliffhanger. If I can't, then they need to end with the opposite emotions and feelings than what they had at the beginning of the chapter. So if they were happy in the beginning, they need to end up sad. If they were sad, they need to end up happy. That kind of a situation. Or a cliffhanger. Those are my two things. And I'm going, the first two chapters that I have outlined, it ends on a cliffhanger. Like, it starts in the therapy session, and then it ends on a cliffhanger where she sees the love interest guy. She sees him like looking all shady, and he's comes into the building that she's in, and he's got his hood pulled down. So she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna follow him because like he looks really shady," and she follows him outside and catches up to him, and he's like, "No, please let me go, please let me go. They're gonna get me." And then they arrive and start attacking, and they fight and leave. But it ends, the first chapter where I have it outlined, it ends with them getting there, and then the next chapter starts with them fighting. And I think I'm going to have to combine them into one chapter. But I don't know.
The way I do that is every chapter has to do two things. It has to answer a question the previous chapter put forth and ask a new question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Normally, though, in a regular book that I'm writing, that break there where it would end with them arriving and then start, like, that'd be fine for me in a normal book, but because it's for the serialized fiction thing, I really feel the need to combine them. But then I'm short a chapter, and would need to outline a whole other chapter to replace it. So struggles. I just got to write it and see how it goes, and then we'll go from there.
I
But
just need to write anything at the moment.
yeah, I've been writing, but it's been very slow going because I work on client stuff in the day, and then I write at night when I'm like pretty tired. So then I only really write like for 30 minutes and then I fall asleep.
Now, I have not done any personal writing since March.
I just need to release something, which is getting me very nervous and putting these two projects into the Vela basket because so I'm half tempted to bring one of them out because they won't give a date. Like, I'm getting sick and tired of them sending me these codependent emails of like, don't let your readers lose interest. Make sure to get the next chapter out. Launching in 2 months. And okay, but when it launched, let me know. Like, I know you're testing all your systems, including your email system, to codependently whine at me for not writing as fast as you want me to. But no one. Anyway,
Can you write it, have all the chapters in there ready to go, and have it scheduled?
yes, and that's what I'm doing because I've got the Urban Fantasy is actually the book I wrote last year that I'm putting in there right now, and I have way more written than I need to have for launch. It's just getting it fixed up and put in there.
Right. Well, speaking of which, we should do another sprint so I can continue editing this. Because the sooner I finish this, the sooner I can start that. Okay, we'll put this up here. Oh, apparently I unsaved. No, it's because I left the tab. That's why I was like, I unshared the thing. Okay. Timer. Thank you. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
My story's not broken. Your story's broken. I don't know what you're talking about.
My stories are mostly broken. I started working on my other client blog to get that done, and maybe I can work on something creative and personal.
Chandra gave me one of those Zen koans like you like to do, and it's just like, I see your point. I see no solutions. Now all I can see is the problem.
Oh
Um, when you say client stuff, are you like editing videos or something?
no! I do blog content for companies to like help their SEO.
Gotcha. Cool.
And I also now do the social media posts for this particular client, and that's so many puns about real estate.
So how much money do I need to raise for myself on Patreon to pay you to take over my social media for me?
Depends on what you want social media post wise.
Convince people I'm not that crazy person that's constantly having mental problems. You know, lie.
Okay, I'm about to make you do that nervous face again.
Uh-oh.
It's all hole punched, going into my binder, ready to be red penned.
Mm.
So if I were to go into the Google Doc you sent me of that and like completely break the story for you,
I would cry.
mad now.
I would cry.
Should I leave it alone now then? Should I not go into that one?
Look, if I really truly messed something up, I want to know. I'm at a point with the draft, which is why I went ahead and sent it to Meadow, where I am happy with it, but I'm also realizing I can't see my own flaws anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have read and reread it, and I like how the character arcs go. I like how the story arc goes. I feel like I've gotten the tone and tenor that I wanted the story to have. You know, anything.
Right there with my other client, the one that I was working on earlier is right here, and then you're right here. I had to print yours double-sided because it's twice the length as the other one.
So I will. So, you know, if, like I said, if it's truly broken, I want to know, because I love that story so much, and I love the whole world that it's setting up, and I really want it. That's why when I realized how much budget I had to work with, I was like, I can only afford one of these to get the star treatment. It's this one, because I want this one to be as good as it can possibly. Like,
I like the first paragraph.
I was enjoying every moment of reading it. Like, it is super fun.
It's a good opening for sure.
The other story, the biggest issue that I'm having with it is just, I understand the narrator did not take us where the reader wants to go, because there are things that the reader can't know yet. Like, it's literally that it's the worst reason ever. And I need somebody to dangle some keys in front of the reader and be like, no, shiny, over here, look over here. And what I wrote did not do that.
Sex scene. Replace whatever it is with a sex scene.
Oh, that would be so wildly inappropriate. So we've just arrived at the convent, and then orgy. That would not be inappropriate for my writing, especially for this setting. But
Don't hit the window, Noelle.
The way to look at a situation like that is you need the characters to be more invested in what's going on.
This is cold.
Yeah. You need the characters to be more invested in what's going on inside the room than outside.
it's also that I noticed the order that the comments were put in, and the next chapter is from one of the characters outside the room's POV, and I think like once that taste of the other character's POV came in, they were just like, more of that, please. Like, couldn't we have just been out there the whole time and like just seen everything from their point of view? It's like, I would have loved to, but one, River knows too much, like way too much about everything. He's kind of a know-it-all, which is a problem because he's usually right, and I hate him for it. But still cute.
Noelle, stop with the blinds. I need to get new blinds.
To your room, Pizza Demon.
Stop with the window and the
I'm
blinds.
doing the headphones.
Well,
Other headphones though.
I might start reading it today, like actually edit brain reading it today. But I feel like I'm gonna need to take a nap first because I'm getting kind of drowsy.
My biggest concern, honestly, with the epic fantasy stories, I don't think it's as weird as it needs to be. I know, actually, because since I have all 5.5 books plotted out, I know how weird it's gonna get. And I don't want people to be like, wow, that tone just shifted radically.
Sorry, Noelle keeps messing with the blinds and it's angering me.
And it's okay. When I went out to get another glass of water, I looked around and noticed all 3 cats were missing.
Oh.
And then I realized the hubby forgot to close the bedroom door. So I had to wrangle cats.
Were they all in your room or did they?
Oh yeah, they were all in the bedroom looking for mischief.
Oh. Is there a cat in your room, Noelle?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's in my room.
Well, go get the cat then. Go get the cat out of your room.
No, leave it alone.
Leave it alone. Okay.
I'm not gonna walk.
Noelle has a tendency to name her toys and stuff after animals and stuff from shows that she watches. So her stuffed cat is named Figaro after Minnie Mouse's cat off of the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
That's cool.
Every cat that she has they're all named Figaro. But then she has Chunk, which is a very soft. Where's Chunk, Noelle? Is he over there?
Yes.
Can you grab him and bring him here? I think he's on the floor next to the couch. But he's a very soft, very chunky teddy bear that we got for her when she was... I think we gave it to her for her first birthday. And she loves Chunk. Jordan is the one that named it Chunk, and she calls it that. Bring me here. I want Chunk. I think he's right here.
Oh, right here under there.
Maybe? Maybe. Actually, I don't know.
Under there.
I think I just need to.
Under there. He's on couch.
I could make Lydia a lot more menacing.
This is Chunk.
That is the cutest teddy bear.
And it's like the really soft, velvety type
Oh.
material. And he seems to only get fluffier and fluffier every time I wash him.
I'm just warning people when my Clicky Kitty gets here because I did not realize exactly how soft and plushy these were going to be. I may do all of my streams in future just like clutching.
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard not to just sit here like this while thinking. Because, oh my goodness, this soft.
So much room for activities. Look at this binder. It's so empty. So much room for activities. Your next book could go in here, Charlie.
I actually have, I think, 7 chapters written after that already. I think it's 7.
Okay, well, I have finished my actual work for the day. I think it may be time to wrap this up now.
All righty.
I could keep going and work on my own writing stuff, but I'm feeling really drowsy, so I think we'll just end this shindig.
Hey, I will never, ever say anything bad about anybody who can actually nap, because this is not a power that I have
I may not be able to actually nap, and I'll probably just end up having to like watch something on the TV because Noelle's awake now and Jordan is napping, and we can't both nap at the same time while she's awake. So, because house will be destroyed, etc. So I may not actually be able to take a nap, and I'll just have to end up going to bed early tonight. But whatever happens, happens. Get off the table now. Get off of the arm of the couch. Get off of the table. You're going to fall and hurt yourself. Then get down. If you don't want to fall, then get down. Then get down. Oh my God. I don't want to fall. Then get down. Like,
It's not that hard.
Okay, so anyways, let's do outros. Spence, are you here? Or are you doing a life thing? Okay, we'll circle back to Spence. Charlie, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Charlie. If you are interested in such a thing, my latest video on how to write transgender, gender non-conforming, and non-binary characters is up. I hope I did a good enough job explaining the difference between those three things, and a little bit, quite a bit about please don't do certain things, and all of that. Hopefully it makes sense. I wrote pages and pages and pages of notes and then winged it because I realized I had basically written a 3-hour video and I did not want to edit that. Because I had things to say. But that's up on the channel now, as well as my previous video on how to write LGBTQ characters that preceded this, which again is much more of a laundry list of please stop, for people who are very well meaning and don't realize that no, that's not how that works. Like, I just want a lot of women who write man on man erotica to have a protractor. Like, I think that would help. Like, just here's a compass and a protractor, figure your angles out. None of your story makes sense. Just Anywho, definitely check this out if you're interested in podcasts and would like way too much of my voice. Just search Project Shadow wherever you get your podcasts. Season 5 is ongoing, unless something steals my attention from it. Would knock on. Okay. The next episode will be a bit lighter than the last two. I have several different TV shows I would like to talk about, including some of the movies that we've watched. So hopefully that's what will be happening, and people won't have opinions that just make me scream into a microphone for 30 minutes. But that's what that podcast is. Yeah, and don't forget about the Pride and Prejudice anthology. Entries are open until the 25th. If you need any help coming up with ideas or workshopping stories, I literally sit at my desk typing all day and often have like 5 chats open. So you're not bothering me if you send me a message. So don't feel bad about that. I would love to help anybody who needs some help to figure out what they're doing, because everybody should be able to find the words to express their pride. And
there is a whole channel on the Discord of places for us to share ideas for the project.
And I've had a couple people send me their Word docs and like, how's this? What do you think? Where do you think this? Da, 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 da. And I'm having fun with all that too, because nothing makes me feel better about my mess of a draft that I'm editing than seeing other people's drafts. Because I don't know what it is about cleaning other people's houses. You know what I'm saying? It's that whole thing of like, it's oddly cathartic when you can find a solution for someone when you can't find them for yourself.
Yeah, I'll clean other people's houses all day long, but mine is a disaster all the time.
Well, other people's houses don't, like, you can leave the house and then it's not your problem anymore.
Yep.
Your house is always your problem.
Yeah. Okay, Spence, do you have anything you want to say?
I do not do outros, and if someone does them for me, I'm not their friend anymore.
I feel called out.
Spence is awesome. She does lots of stuff. Okay, cool. We'll leave it at that. Okay, for me, I do writing streams on Tuesday mornings, same time as today. Sometimes we go super long, sometimes we don't. Today we went long. I do also do them on Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and I'm a freelance editor, Rose City Editing. If you want to hire me or possibly Jayce, my business partner, you can go to our website, rosecityediting.com. We offer developmental, line, copy, and proofreading. And I am personally booked out through the end of July. Jayce probably will be available in July. I don't know how long it's going to take him to do his current project. And yeah, if you are looking for an editor, I'd love to work with you. You can also follow me on all the places. They're all linked in the description below. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. I have finally added that to the description. Most of the people that follow me over there do not follow me here. So like it's like two completely different groups of people. And you could follow me on there if you're on TikTok and you want to follow me on there. And then you can also add me as a buddy on NaNoWriMo. And I also have all of the links for both of these people in the description as well. So, and Jayce, he was here earlier. I have all of his links as well. So all the links are down there. And yeah, I think that's it for me. Thank you guys for being here with me for 5.5 hours. Well, I did my work and whatnot. Hopefully you got work done. Hopefully we didn't chat for too long, etc. And I will hopefully see you again on Friday. And with that,